Hi everybody, thank you for joining me today. We're going to be painting a blue jay. I will have the reference photo. In the video you can either do a screenshot or you can go to my website and download the reference photo from there. Now as you can see I have cropped it just a little bit. Now this is a wonderful picture that I got from the Ontario birding site on Facebook. And there's a gentleman there by the name of Terry Saxby who takes wonderful photographs of birds. And I asked Terry his permission to use one of his pictures, and he was very kind and said no problem. So that's what I'm going to be doing today, and I'm glad you're joining me. So on my palette today I have a few changes, only because with the blue jay, I mean, you think blue because that's what we see and that's the name of the bird. But in all actuality, and I'll just bring the tablet over with the reference photo. So there are a lot of, hopefully there's not a lot of glare. We've got a lot of violets and lovely purples in here as well. And it's those kind of neutralized purples, violets, that are going to make these bright blues pop out and sing. So that's really important. So I have added to my palette, and if you don't have these colors, it's not a big deal. It's just I have them, so I'm going to use them. I've added a bit of permanent rose acrylic. I've added a ultramarine violet. And then if I need it, I have my fluorescent blue. Now this is a high flow acrylic, so a little drop of this, it's so pigmented it goes a really long way. But I noticed this one, they call it fluorescent blue. It's not necessarily fluorescent, it's just very bright, and in small spaces to make things pop, it's a great addition to a palette. And when they came out with the high flow acrylics, of course I had to get myself a starter kit and play with them. The first thing I'm going to be doing is looking for the energy and the basic shape and flow of my composition. So in this case, it's the blue jay. I really like the way he was pointed down. His beak is open, and it's not the standard traditional pose that you would see a bird in, especially for photographs. I think it was a really great capture. And that's one of the things that appealed to me. I'm going to come in, I'm going to create just a bit of a grayish base. And I'm going to do that with my ultramarine blue with a bit of titanium white. And I'm kind of looking at my reference photo here to see if I want it on the warmer or the cool. And I think I want a bit of a warmer gray. I'm going to go in and I'm going to add a bit of, I'm going to break down and use my permanent rose already. Yay. See how lovely. Look at that beautiful lavender color we're getting on the palette there. Just gorgeous. Now I do want to gray that down just a bit. So I'm going to come in with something a bit yellowy, probably nickel azul gold. And look at how that just grayed that right up. Ah, perfect. So don't forget, opposites on your color wheel neutralize each other and create delightful grays. You don't have to use tube grays if you understand colors. So I am going to work on a color theory video for you. Don't fear. There's a couple of different schools of color that you can subscribe to. I'm aware of both of them, and I go back and forth between the two based on the needs of my composition. So I did crop, I think I mentioned I did crop this a little for my needs. And again, this is just not really doing much of anything. I didn't wet the Yupo before I started. You'll just see I just went ahead and laid some color on it. I like spatter. Especially with birds, because when they take flight, there's so much energy as they launch themselves off of whatever they're perched on. And I find the spatter and some of these larger marks can replicate that energy and sense of movement in your piece. So never be afraid to to experiment in these early stages because, as you know, it could potentially get covered up. So I'm going to come in with my wonderful branch tool again. Now you've seen me use this before. I do love it. It's a really convenient tool. Just an old Christmas decoration that fell apart and I saw a purpose for it. So the energy is sort of flowing this way in the piece. So I'm going to keep my marks kind of flowing that way too. Nothing substantial, just a smidge. Now we have a leg coming off here, coming to something. So I don't want the Bluejay to appear like it's grasping in the air at nothing. So I'm going to do something that resembles possibly a twig, possibly not. I'm going to come in with my raw umber. I kept it on my palette today. I think I want to go a bit green though, simply because we've got lots of blue, lots of purple. With blues and purple, so we'll do a bit of a color lesson here. Blues and purples, we're kind of in this range here. So right across from it on our color wheel is yellow-orange. I could do kind of a blue and violet theme with the Bluejay and then accent things with yellow and orange, or that would be called a complementary color scheme. Or what I could do is I can do what's called an analogous color scheme. And that just means that all of the colors I'm using are sort of in a cohesive, they're side by side on the color wheel. And I think that's what I'm going to go for. It creates a really harmonic piece. So we're going to have lots of this blue. We're going to add the blues and the violets. So I think I'm going to stick to a greenish blue or a yellowy green for that branch, rather than popping in with the opposites on the color wheel. So if you don't have a color wheel, it's really, really handy. I've had mine beside me painting just for years, because occasionally I'll get stuck and I don't know what I really want to do in that spot. And the color wheel will help. It gives me ideas. It gives me proven theory behind pieces. So I'm going to pick up some of my manganese blue. I don't use it too often. It is a very, very green blue. Look at that. So a bit of the raw umber, a bit of the manganese, and I picked up a little Indian yellow in there. Indian yellow is such a warm color. It's really beautiful. So the raw umber has dirtied that up a bit, and that's my raw umber. I'm going to put a bit more in. That's not bad. I like that. Not a big bright green. I find that you have to be careful with greens. If it's really acidic, it doesn't look natural and can make or break a piece, especially if you're painting a summer piece, a summer landscape, or summer anything really. You can overdo the green. If you don't neutralize it, it can just put you off. So the raw umber has a bit of red in it. It's a very warm color, and that's neutralized the green. Of course, red and green being opposites. And I'm going to come in and I'm just going to suggest that whatever this branch is here, ooh, see how that's popping up? It's a brown, but it's got that beautiful green in it. Now, branches aren't perfect. They're parts of nature. They've got bark on them. Sometimes the bark is peeling. There's insect damage. So what I find, I'm going to bring in my Catalyst scraping tool. And it's got different edges on it, different widths. You can use, it's silicone, so you can use any portion of this. But what I do, and I do branches, especially if they're larger, that's kind of boring. It says a little too much in that small space. And of course, my focal point's not ever going to be the branch. It's going to be what's on the branch. So I'm going to come in with my Catalyst scraper, and I'm just going to use it to make some interesting marks. I kind of, as long as that branch is suggested, that's all I need. Like, see how much that changed it? Just removing some of that paint. And, some of these imperfections create a lot of interest. And, it doesn't have to be perfect. A perfectly painted branch, well, that's great if your piece or your focus is a branch. Mine's not. So, and branches are also circular, and sometimes you'll see, especially you'll see it with birch trees, you'll see this sort of circular feel to the diameter of the branches, or especially of the trunks. I'm not in love with how that worked out. So I'm going to come in and just get rid of a bit of it. I'm going to suggest this edge again. And I'm just going to play with that until I have something I like. Okay, I like that. Actually, that right there is good. I'm going to spritz just a bit of water to get a bit of movement. It can suggest peeling bark. It can suggest insect damage. But that may not change throughout the rest of the composition. We'll be working on our center of interest, the bluejay, but that branch is probably going to stay just like that. If I really want to be special, what happens when we're against something besides something that has color to it? We get what's called a reflected shadow. So a bit of that color could reflect in our bluejay. So just for fun, because I have a bit left on the palette, I'm going to come in with a bit of that neutralized green that we just made. I'm going to drop it in just on the belly portion of the bluejay because it's against the branch. And that's going to it's going to create harmony in our piece. And then, I can come in and I can, not enough water. I can come in and I can just do a few little It's still not enough water. This is imperfect science here. I'm just going to do a few spatters of that color because I really like it. It's quite nice. And that's good for my branch. Now, if you're really fancy and you want to, you can suggest some other branch-like things at this stage, because the bluejay is not going to be isolated in an area, where there's one branch. There are things going on in the background, and I believe it was Doug Mays, a watercolor artist that I took a workshop with, and he just called it stuff. It's just stuff. You don't need to paint the stuff, you just need to suggest the stuff. So I'm thinking with birds in the background are going to be branches, so I'm going to suggest branches. And again, I'm just using my paint scraper. These may not show up in the final composition. I may come in and think, it's too much. But I am going to just kind of suggest in these background colors, I'm going to pull some of that wet paint and the water up a little and have it so it adds a bit of texture and interest. We don't need a ton of information there, but just enough so our brain says, oh, look at those. They look like branches that are in shadow. So I keep because I'm not paying attention to my little tablet with the reference photo on it, it keeps going black on me. So, okay. Now the only other thing I'm going to do, I think at this stage, I want to drop just a bit of bright color. And I'm not going to paint it in. I just want to do a bit of dribble. So I'm going to do a light spritz of water. Pew, pew. Oh, that was my technical term for that. Pew, pew. Kind of what Star Wars sounds like when they fire their guns. Pew, pew. Okay, so let's see. I'm just trying to decide what color I want to drop in. And I'm thinking I might just drop in. I'm going to mix a bit of my manganese blue with my ultramarine violet and get a little bit of a darker color there. And again, I'm going to wet my brush. Nice and wet. Then I come in and sort of around where the head is, because the crest on the bird is really bright in comparison to some of the other areas. And I think here in the tail, now I still have water and wet paint down there, and this is getting added to it, and it's doing what water does. It's flowing, which I just love. And I think that's all I'll introduce right now. For fun, I'm going to just put a little touch of that blue into the branch, and that will make it kind of harmonic. You'll get a bit of color unity between those two pieces. It won't be quite so isolated. Which is nice because that will help you move your eyes around the piece. So what I really like right now is some of these colors are separating. I mix them on the palette, but once they hit the Yupo, the water helps them, it helps the pigments disperse. And depending on what type of acrylic painting you're trying to accomplish, dispersing your pigments may not be something you want to do. But because I really like this watercolor look, I like it when my pigment disperses. So what happens, and I guess it's because pigments are different weights, the reds that are in the color are sort of creating a lovely pink, and they're coming up in one area. And again, I've got the pink here, which will probably be a branch eventually. And then we've got some of the lovely gray blues coming up in other areas. So the pigments are sort of granulating and separating out, but they're doing it on the Yupo, where visually we'll be able to come in and see this later. So, oh, I have a stray piece of cat fur, which nicely came off there for me. So I like this as sort of my first layer. I'm going to let that dry, and you know me from the magic of video, folks. We'll come back in when it's dry and we'll continue on our way. See you soon. Okay. Yep, I think we're just about dry. There's a bit of moisture there. I'm just going to go in and dab it off. If you've seen a couple of my other videos, then you'll know that I like the happy surprises. It's quite intriguing. You never know what effects you're going to get. And it's as important to my process to remove materials as it is to put them on. Now, I like the energy and flow, and I really like the color palette in this right now with the gray, that really muted green. It feels very forest to me, so I'm kind of happy with the decisions we made earlier. I'm going to go in, I'm just going to clean my palette just a wee bit here. I think I'm going to start with grays, and I'll build my way up to color, leaving the color for last. And this is where I'm going to place in the important suggestions, like the beak and the wings and the legs, just so we have a overall impression that we are looking at a bird, and you can identify that bird as a blue jay. So step 2 for me is basically doing proportions of, if I was doing just a head, it would be eyes, ears, snout. But in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the proportions of head, that back leg, and sort of the placement of the wings in this area here. And that way, those 3 areas are basically going to compete for center of interest to keep our eye moving along that passageway. And that's the goal here. And I'm going to use a bit of a gray, not too dark, but dark enough that it's going to equal a value roughly in the same tone as this blue. One of my favorite ways of making gray is orange and blue. And because we use the manganese blue, I'm going to come back in and use that. Now it's really cool. It's got quite a bit of yellow in it, so I'm going to add a bit of red into it. And I'm going to mix some, I'm going to come in with a little bit of that yellow as well. And I'm going to go back and do that again. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in and I'm going to add some of our, so we're getting quite an orange red, like a deep terracotta red there. I'll come back in with some more manganese blue. And of course I want it to be gray, so I'm going to come back in with just a smidgen of white, just in half of it. So I've got a bit of real dark here. And then I've got a bit of a lighter made out of the same color. And I'm going to just go ahead and suggest sort of the placement here of where I want the beak to be. And I think I'm going to come in and make sure you can see what I'm doing there. And suggest the overall placement of the head. And I didn't make enough of the color, as you can see there, so I'll go back in and make some more of that. There. I'll leave it that color for now. I won't add any more white. I do have enough of it with the white. So I'm going to just check the angles. And an easy way to check angles, just hold your arm straight. Hold your paintbrush up to the angle you're trying to replicate, and then just pull your arm down to your painting. And that will give you kind of a good duplicate of the angle without getting too technical about it. And I'm just sort of replicating the size of the beak in relation to what else is going on there. Here is just the stage where I'm trying to make it look like a bird. And the bird is a blue jay. And that's my goal. And the bottom beak comes out just a little farther than the upper beak. Now, I'm not going to fill in the detail between here and there because I can already tell I didn't leave enough space. So that's going to have to come down a little here. That's more like it. Okay. Yeah, there's a strange perspective when you're looking at birds' beaks. Typically, oh hi Dottie, somebody wants out. Typically, the upper beak when you're looking at a bird in a photograph tends to look smaller than the bottom. So if you want to create that impression in a painting, you need to kind of duplicate that. We're basically just, we're faking a one-dimensional thing and trying to turn it into 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions or fool our eyes into it. Okay. I think the eye kind of comes off of the beak here. So I'm just following sort of my areas of dark. Now the eye is round. And what I typically do when I'm painting round eyes, I come in with a color shaper. Doesn't matter what size you have. You can use a toothpick or even a Q-tip. And I just come in and I start going in a circle. And these marks will help create depth in the eye. Now, of course, it's not going to look like that by the time I'm done. But it gives me sort of the placement of the eye. It's in the right, mostly in the right, I got to bring it forward just a little, mostly in the right place. And of course, a lot of this will just be covered up in the next layers. So don't worry too much about it. I'm just kind of following this dark band of color that comes across the blue jay. The dark can be the opportunity to move our eye through our painting, because there's not a lot of dark in this particular reference photo. It's muted, yes. It's not a bright palette other than a few areas of the blue of the blue jay. So this dark, when we layer it, will become very, very dark, and it will create a beautiful feeling. Okay, so what I'm going to do, all the feathers move this way in the blue jay. So I'm just going to make some marks that could be the lines of feathers. It's hard to say, And as much as I push the paint, I'm going to pull it back as well, which works really well because this will be an area that's really light. By pulling the dark back into that area, I may not have to even put any more paint here in a little bit. We'll see. So basically, I think that will do it. I think that's the overall size and shape of the head I want. I didn't quite get these marks here in the right place, but that's okay. I can come back and fix this. I'm not going for high detail right now. I'm just approximating location of important elements. So my next important element, we've got a bit of a front leg. I'm going to come in with the gray here and just just sort of suggest it, because I don't want to give too much importance or emphasis to that area. It's in shadow underneath the Bluejay too. And I think that for now that is good enough to me. It suggests the location without getting into too specific a detail. I'm going to just soften that edge up there. I didn't want it too hard. Actually, I could do that and then come in with the color shaper and pull that down. And yeah, I think there's a bit of a lighter area up here, but that is going to be gray. Yeah, there's not, like in this reference photo, you'll notice that the only white is really on the wings. Everything else appears a shade of gray. And I'll suggest this leg for now, working on the angle. And you're not going to go outside, Dottie. I'm sorry. My cat Dottie would like to go outside. I have my other cat Mitten outside. And see, that's all the detail right there that I want. And we're going to follow that up. And again, just getting the energy, not really putting a lot of emphasis on anything right now. Putting the important elements. What I'm trying to do is come to the area where those really colorful wings are going to be in this area here. So the most important parts will be this, this, and this. And then basically what we hope is your eye kind of comes in the bottom of the piece, follows these lines up, finds all this yummy bits of detail, and then continues up out the tail, back in again. And when you're in the center here, you can get lost in some of these little lines and some of the drips. And you know, you may see things, you may not. It's hard to say, but that's sort of my goal. Now, I'm just going to take care of my cat and I will be right back. So I'm going to come in and approximate the tail in this area here. Now you'll notice I'm not using a small brush. I tend to start with big brushes, and then the finer the detail, then I'll get into the smaller brushes. If I start with a small brush, I unfortunately tend to try to put way too much detail in way too early. Sorry, I've just got to plug my tablet in. There we go. So I'm going to come in here. And I'm just mixing both the lighter gray and the darker gray right now. There's not much paint left there, so. And I'm gonna, it's really, really faint, so I'm gonna have to mix up a bit more of that color. I could probably use a lesson on paint, mixing enough paint to do really what I would like to see get done. But of course, yeah, I guess we all get stuck in our ways when we create things. So again, I'm just mixing neutral grays. This was manganese blue, this naphthenol middle red. I put in just a little bit of the Hansa yellow middle. And then I wanted to make this just a bit darker, so I went ahead and I took a little bit of the French ultramarine blue. And this is still a bit on the green side, and that's okay. We're going to come in with the blue in the next step and make the blues really blue. Right now, the grays are quite good for me. So that is a reading to my eye as a darker gray. And I will be putting together more vids or videos on color theory. But if you want to do some independent research, some of the artists that I found exceptional, one of my favorite artists for explaining color is Stephen Quiller. He's also just one of my favorite artists. I really, really love his color palettes and his style. He just, wow, he blows my socks off. So check him out, Stephen, Stephen Quiller, Quiller. I believe he's American. And I'm just seeing if I've got my proportions kind of correct, because there's a bit of I would say a trick of perception because of the way the Bluejay is perched. It's playing with the perspective from the front. So I'm not going to go ahead and paint that whole tail in up there. I don't want to, in fact, I will come in and just soften that edge right there I just made with a bit of water. Just for now, I don't want our eyes to come right off that paper in that area. And, you know, and I do tend to pull our viewers' eyes or my eyes when I look at a piece. I do tend to create exits and entries. You want somebody's eye to come into your piece. You want to allow their eye to flow and exit the piece. And you want all these wonderful little bits for their eye to travel in between it. You'll lose somebody's interest if their eye gets stuck right in the middle of your painting. So you have to create pathways. Or we get bored. Our eyes will get bored. So there's kind of the two tail feathers that have these really interesting, and I just realized that was definitely not the right angle. There, we got to come in this way. And they have these really interesting marks that go this way. Those will be the tail feathers that I sort of focus on. The other ones will just sort of be noise in the background. If I'm going to put detail, it will be on those two tail feathers that have that wonderful little pattern. It's interesting. It engages our eye. And it will give us just another little bit of detail. To add interest. And again, the gray is quite nice because I can come in and I can darken it up, or I can just leave this gray. I mean, we'll see as the painting develops whether or not it's necessary. So most of my process is just troubleshooting with the details I'm creating. You know, a lot of painters will have the final product, the vision in their head. And I have to say, I don't work that way. I know the things that appeal to me in artwork, and I know what I like. And I can only hope that by the time I'm done my painting, my artwork will be representative of those things. Got a beautiful little cat fur there. Thank you, girls. My fur girls. And instead of coming in and outlining up here, I'm going to add just a tiny bit of color to my brush and a bit of water. And I'm going to come in, because the feather here is actually mostly color, and I'm just going to come in and suggest those tail feathers there. because the white, the tip is white, so I'm looking for ways to balance negative painting techniques and positive painting techniques, which if you stick with me and do a few more videos, you'll have a good understanding of what negative painting and positive painting is. So an example of positive painting is applying a mark to make it a detail. So for instance, I'm going to apply the white to the edge of one of the feathers here, and I'll put just a bit more paint on my brush. I don't want to come in too thick, but the wing feathers are edged in white here. And I just added detail. That's called positive painting. I just made the ends of those feathers in white. But if you were to paint negatively, I could paint negatively by coming in. I'm just trying to see where a good area to paint negative would be. Okay, so I'm going to come in on the beak, and I'm going to, there is fine feathers in this area here, about where the bird's nostrils would be. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to negatively paint those details so I don't have to paint those feathers. This is a nice kind of a grayish area here anyway. And I'm just basically painting around the detail and suggesting those details. I'm not actually painting that center part. That's called negative painting, when you paint around the detail and the detail actually just comes out. Now, it's not a particularly great example, but every painting I do has a bit of negative and positive painting in it. So I'm just going to get rid of this stark white here because it's annoying me. Inside his beak is not white. So it's quite dark actually and in shadow. And I won't go ahead with the dark yet, but I'll just kind of put that part of my sniffling, put that bit of color in there. So that's good. This actually, it's pretty heavy in there. I'm just gonna make this bottom edge just a bit smaller, suggest it, as I made that line a little too thick there. So, and that's a gray I'm putting on. It's not really a white, even though probably on this Bluejay that would read fairly white. But the position this guy's standing, and don't worry, we are going to come in. I'm not doing my final darks on my lightest whites yet. That's always my last stage. We'll turn on the lights at the end. What I'm doing right now is I'm creating form. And I am going to do a video on creating form, and feel free to watch it. It's really the secret to painting. It's that easy. It's, well, I shouldn't say it's easy. It's simple, the act of creating form, but it's not easy. But it is a very simple principle. I like what's happening here. Now I'm going to come in, I'm going to wet my paper towel a bit. I'm going to suggest feathers along the bottom, and I'm going to do that by lifting that gray paint that we've put back on. It is dry. I'm going to lift that to suggest the bottom of the Bluejay. I could use white paint, but I think in this case, bringing it back to the white of the paper will be a bit more cohesive, because there are all these nice white areas, and then we've got this little bit of color here, and if I pull the white up in it, I think it will visually just be a bit more exciting than just using white paint. Now, if I've got really long thumbnails, which helps with this type of technique. If you don't have thumbnails, you can use a wet toothpick. That will work. and then just wipe the paint off as you move it with the wet toothpick. And this is a very subtle thing, like it's not, the colors we're using right now, the hues are very, very light. I haven't gone in with any really significantly bright, startling colors. We've kept lots of gray on the piece. I'm just cleaning up some of the little drips here that don't seem to have, they're not big enough to warrant staying on the piece. Okay, so that didn't, I mean, that effect is very, very, very faint. But I like it, and maybe that's all that I need to do to suggest the little feathers under the base of the Bluejay. Hard to say, I'm not sure. I'm going to come in now in this area. He's got a lovely bit of a darker blue-gray, and feathers come up in the same manner over the blue-gray. So if I paint the blue-gray there and paint it in this area here, I need it to be a bit thicker paint. That was a bit too much water. So as I build up detail, I get less and less water in with my paint and more paint. So it gives me a brighter pigment. And I just got to gray that up a little. Trying to determine how I want to gray that up. I think I'll use a little bit of my Quin Gold and just a dot of red. It's a little too green. That's better. So I'll come back in here. I'm gonna lay that dark. That's better. See, it's a little bit darker, not too dark. It's a bit on the green side, which I'm trying to keep my grays towards the green side as opposed to going towards a red or yellow side. I want them to appear cooler as opposed to warmer. And just for instance, this right now is a very warm dark. It's got a little more red in it than I probably wanted, but that's okay. We're going to end up coming over that anyway. And the rest I have leaning towards the blue. And that's nice. I like that because we're going to stay in the blue and the green color family on the color wheel, which they call analogous. That's quite nice. I can actually suggest some there. I'll just pull that up. Now, I managed to get some red paint off my table, has followed me onto the piece, and I will just go ahead and I'm going to rub that off now. Dottie, you're not going out. I'm sorry, sweetie. I know you want to. There. We've got some chipmunks and squirrels playing out on our terrace today, and she wants to go and join them. Maybe eat them. I don't think she'd know what to do with one if she had one cross her path, but she sure does like to look at them out the window. So that's good. Okay. Yeah, so what I do to protect, I have a wooden drafting table that I paint on, but I didn't want to destroy the wood because I know my process has a lot of paint and a lot of water in it. So I bought a really big piece of Corplast, which is kind of like the stuff they make real estate signs out of, the for sale signs. It's plastic on both sides with sort of like a cardboard weave in the inside. It was not expensive, and I got it from an art supply store, and it's the size of my drafting table. So I get all the paint and the water on it as opposed to my drafting table. So just if you've got a big old plastic drop cloth to protect your table with, I would recommend it. You know, get as much life out of these things as you can. I don't know if you can hear my cat, but she's quite adamant. She does not want to be in the house. I'm just cleaning up the upper edge of the Bluejay's head and beak area. I want that to be quite, not sharp, but I want the lines a bit cleaner than what they were. Come in and just clean up the area around his beak. There are some interesting water droplets happening there that have dried. I'm not sure if you can make them out, just right in here. I like those. I'm going to leave them, so I'll just try and clean up around them. And sometimes those little subtle details will make it to the end of the painting. Sometimes they don't. I never really know until I get to the end of the painting. But I do troubleshoot as I'm working. And this isn't a big piece that we're working on today. This is a 6x8. I was given as a gift from my one of my daughters a few Christmases ago these lovely little they're just I would say 1/8 of an inch piece of plywood, finish both sides. So when I'm done, I will mount this with gel medium right onto the plywood. And then you could buy just a frame from the store, a 6x8, take the glass out and pop your painting in, and you'll have a nice inexpensive way to frame it rather than having to go to a framer's. And it's nice to work on some of the smaller sizes. I think some of the subject matter you can create a big impact. And I don't have wall space. I don't know about you, but especially I find living where I live, people make, when they build their cottages and their houses here, it's because they love the north, the rocks, the trees, the lakes. And so most of most of your wall space goes to windows, and you're not left with places to hang large artwork. You might have a spot over a fireplace, and that'd be about the end of it. And so working small sometimes is, it's nice. Not everybody has places to put these lovely, huge pieces of work that seem to be popular right now in urban centers. So I'm just going to come in and I'm going to suggest the white tips of those, the feathers at the end of the wings. It could be the tertiary feathers, but don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I've looked up my bird feather technical reference. So we have sort of a bit of the ends of the feathers showing up here, and then approximately here we have another set of feathers that have white tips. And I'll just, and these are just, they're probably going to end up being redone at some point, or at least brought into more of a perspective. But for now, right now my only goal is to get proportions and placement of details correct. And I think we're doing pretty good. I think I'm just suggesting some of the interesting patterns that are starting to develop on the feathers. And again, if this is not, I am not worrying about hyper detail right now. My focus is on actual shapes still and proportions. So when I look at this overall, I want to see a blue jay. I want to see the flow of that bird. I want to make sure tail feathers are where tail feathers should be, wing feathers are where wing feathers should be, and that the body. And actually, as I was saying that, I noticed that these little pieces of wings should probably be back in this area. I put them about 1 centimeter too close. And that's why in this stage, I try not to worry about it too much. I think that's probably better. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint over with my dark. I will paint back to that because I want to make sure I come in and correct that when I start doing details. There, that's better. And there is a bit of a, yeah, you know, this isn't a big painting, so a half a centimeter or a centimeter can make quite a difference in the placement of things. And again, as I'm going through this process, some of these probably could have been a bit farther back. I'm going to sort of leave some of them. Again, the belly is not where the focus is, so I'm not too worried about what shows in the end. Now here, I want to bring out some interesting feather looking marks. I'm not going to worry about painting an actual feather, but there is a bit, if you look at a reference photo, as the feathers of the belly come up and meet the wing, the belly feathers cover just a bit of the wing there. So again, I'm just going to take my shop towel. They're so durable. You can use any kind of paper towel or Kleenex. Just make sure it's durable. You can even use old cotton t-shirts cut up into scraps, painting rags. I used to use tea towels for a long time, but then I just found that the shop towels were easier. I don't have to wash them in my washing machine. So just wet towel. I'm going to use my thumbnail, and I'm going to come in and I'm just going to suggest some of those lines coming up into the wing from the belly area. And this is just, that's probably all of that I'm going to do. So I think it's looking like my belly is going to be a little thinner than the belly of the bird in the reference photo. And that's okay. I can make, see, I'm the artist, so I can make this do whatever I want. So my bird can actually probably come even closer to the branch than the bird in the reference photo. There we go. Simple fix. I'm not going to sweat those little details like that. So we are the artists. There's no law that says we can't do that. And again, it's not a portrait of a pet, so there's a lot of leeway we can give ourselves here. I'm not going to beat myself up over little things. Like my bird sitting closer to the limb that it's perched on. And I'm just outlining the new spot at the bottom underneath the belly. Just bringing in some of the detail. And again, I'm just seeing where some of these details are going to come into. Overall size. Making sure they're in the right place. I made his eye just a little bit too big, so I can afford to come in now and just sort of suggest. I don't have enough paint on that brush. I like to dry brush a lot. I think that's where this comes from. For as much as I like to use the wet puddly, the farther into detail I get, and the more layers that I build, I like to do what they call scumbling, and that's just a little bit of paint on your brush and brushing it over a color that's already on your painting, and it slowly builds up a lovely layer of translucent color. So I think that's looking pretty good. I like where the eye is. I did have a bit too much of this dark here, so that's going to be lighter. That's why I'm coming in over it with just a bit of gray made off the stuff left on our palette. I'm covering up that dark because it needed to be over quite a bit. I didn't really place those two darks in the right area, and that's okay. I'm covering them up right now, and then I will come back over. And I will place them where they should be. Uh, okay. I'm going to drop in just a bit of color, I think, in this area here. Just a bit brighter color. And here on the head of the Bluejay as well. So I'm going to actually use a bit of the fluorescent blue that I have. If you don't have fluorescent blue, just use a mix. If you've got French ultramarine blue and manganese, mix them together. It will give you a lovely color. I'll just show you here. If you mix it, because you're just combining a warm blue and a cool blue, and you're just sort of getting a neutralized blue that can be quite bright in and of itself. Now, if you're using fluid acrylics and you happen to have primary cyan, that would be a good color as well. It tends to be on the cooler side, so you can warm that up with French ultramarine. So that's a nice blue there. We can drop some of that in. And then I'm going to do this fluorescent blue. It is a, if you've never used these are the fast flow acrylics. And they really do. I mean, when you see me drop it on the palette, they're just so highly pigmented, very, very wet, and they move very quickly if you add water. So the high flow, look at that. They're beautiful, beautiful paints. And it's easy to do too much with them. So I'm going to actually add just a smidge of white to that. And I'm going to come in and drop it. What I'm hoping to do is kind of create the look of the iridescence on those wings. It's going to be a challenge. And that's okay. I don't mind a challenge. And just bringing that in. Now see how that's just, it's such a lovely color. I don't want to do it everywhere. I even think maybe just one spot back here, because the tail feathers, maybe these are the tertiary wing feathers back here. But they're very pale in comparison to the blue that's going on here. So I don't think I want to put much of that blue there. Maybe just along that feather there. And then we get a lovely blue showing up there. And again, in this part of the tail here, we get that lovely iridescent sort of blue. It sort of follows the black seam in the feather. A little bit there. And I don't want it all focused here. So I need to pull that towards us without being too much. So what I'll do is I'll mix a bit of the ultramarine in now to that color we made. And I'm going to pull that in just up in here. And I'm going to bring it down towards the beak and into the dark there. I like that. Now his front leg is reflecting a bit of the blue off his body. And we're obviously, if the green of the branch he's standing on is going to reflect onto the body of the bird, it only makes sense that the blue in the bird is going to reflect onto the branch he's standing on. And that really is how things work in nature. So I'm going to reflect a bit of that on the branch. I'm going to spray a bit so it dilutes, and it will end up looking like bark or bugs or something. We don't have to sweat too much over it. I think I might add just a bit of the white to that blue to break it up a bit. There. So, all right. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm going to spritz a bit of water onto his head because there's some texture going on there. I don't need quite that much water. I like that, so I'm going to let that set up a little while I mix up a dark. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to mix all these colors on the palette together. And what that's going to do is probably give us a nice gray, neutral gray to work with. And as we develop layers, Yeah, see, that's a nice blue-gray. Very nice. That'll be lovely to highlight feathers on the belly, maybe some of those branches, some detail on the tails. We'll find something to do with that. So I think right now I want to let that dry a little, and that might take about 15 or 20 minutes. It's not overly wet, but it's enough water there that I like what it's doing. I don't want to impact that right now. So I am going to let it dry again, and then I'm going to come in for stage 3 and start working on the finer details and picking up the areas that I want our focus to go to. All right, so we'll see you shortly. We're pretty much dry now. There's a bit of moisture left right here in this area of the head, but that's okay. I want to come back in and I want to start suggesting a bit more detail around the beak. I basically want to follow the areas of dark. I'll do a bit more detail here, definitely around the eye, the beginning of the beak, up into this area here where we've got that dark band of feathers, down through the bottom, a bit through the leg. I might suggest a bit of a dark line here because that part of the branch should be definitely in shadow, having the blue jay sitting so close to it. So we can get away with adding a bit of dark up this branch. We're going to bring the dark back in on this leg here to pretty much this grouping of feathers, and then up that way. So I'm going to switch to a finer brush now. This one's a number 2 round, and it's not hyper small, but you know, if I can get away with the bigger brush you can use, the less finicky you will be with your details, and that's a good thing. Unless you're a hyper-realist painting, then you know these smaller, crazy detailed brushes are really beneficial. But you know, we have photographs for that level of detail. So, you know, human eyes don't see the way photographs see. When a human eye looks at something, its range of vision will be, say if I look at the blue jay and I'm looking at the blue jay's face, the eye, this area of the face would be in detail. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Pardon me. This face would be in detail, but our eye, everything would be seen in our peripheral vision, which would be blurry. So when you have an entire painting in hyper detail, that's only because that's what a camera sees, but our eyes actually don't look that way. And, you know, I recognize the technical merit absolutely in creating artwork of that hyper realistic ability. I mean, that's a testament to that person's study of their medium and their brushes, their brush control. But for me, you know, I like to go that one step further with a bit of artistic play and get people's imaginations engaged in what they're looking at. And that's just because when I look at work, that's what I like to see. So I tend to try to create that when I'm creating. So I like this dark. It's a bit of my French ultramarine blue. I use just a smidgen of raw umber, a bit of alizarin crimson, and a dab of the nickel azo gold. Now, this is on the blue side. I can see it, but like some of you know, I will take a piece of Yupo and I will put my paint on it and I will smear it just to get an idea of whether or not it's a purpley blue or a warm blue. And this is actually really it's a really good neutral dark, actually. I very seldom get it like this. When I want one like that, I can never make it that way. So I'm going to come in now and I'm just going to start suggesting. I'm going to start with maybe the eye here. And I'm going to start suggesting the dark. And you can see that's really dark. Now, I don't see a completely round eye. There's actually a straight edge along the top of the blue jay's eye in the reference photo. And I'm going to come around here and I'm just going to use my color shaper tool and I'm going to make half circular spherical marks with it. Now you can see it created this interesting line. Now I like that, but of course the lower lid on that blue jay is not that wide. So I'm going to pick up a bit more of my dark. I'm going to come in and I'm going to soften parts of that up. And then I like that. We've got some interesting marks there. I didn't paint an eye. I will come in and probably put a little bit of a gray down or even a catch light in the eye, which will give the eye more dimension. Now I'm going to put a little bit of this dark aside so I can add some white to it and make some grays. So I'm going to add a bit of white, make an interesting gray. Oh, very nice. Because I noticed part of my sniffling, it's allergy season here in Ontario. And my allergies this past couple of weeks have been terribly annoying. And I'm going to come in, I'm going to use this gray here because it's not quite black there. And what I'm going to do, so feathers, when they just kind of go poof, like on a baby bird, they've got those really, really fun little fluffy, downy feathers. Just take your brush and some clean water and run it along the edge and let the water do what it's going to do. And that will help you get that kind of downy feeling to the paint because it just creates these little fuzzy fingers coming out of it. And that again is an old watercolor technique. You can do a sharp edge on one side and a fuzzy edge on the other. So I came in with a little too much dark here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix up a bit of a light gray blue. I'm going to use my ultramarine. I want it warmer, not cooler. And I'll use a bit of that gray that we'd mixed up earlier just from mixing all the colors on the palette. And I'm just going to come in, and I'm going to come in ahead of the eye. I've just got to lighten it up in there a little bit because I had put my dark in the wrong spot. And this will allow me to come in and suggest there the correct proportion of that, and it kind of meets the beak here. Nice. Now of course I will come in and pick up my lighter lights and darkest darks later, not right this moment. I just want to make sure, so that beak has to come down here. I did not draw the beak 100% correctly, but that's okay. Pardon my sniffling. And that is going to come this way. Yeah, so the beak kind of has at this area closer to the eye, it kind of has this interesting angle that comes down from the upper portion of the beak. I'm going to go ahead and paint a bit of a whiter line there. And again, I'll just use that gray we've always... Yeah, usually what I'll do is halfway through my painting, I just mix up all the colors on my palette into one. And it will make a neutralized gray that's based on all the colors you've painted with up to that point. And it's a really nice harmonic color because it includes all the colors you've been using. So I'm going to come in up here and bring that up along the one edge of the beak, just because the inside of that beak will be filled with a dark. And in fact, we can go in and do that right now because we have this nice dark here. I can go in, there's this angle, I can represent it a bit better now. Pick up more of that dark, bring that up. And again, I've got still lots of water on my brush. So it's not, the paint is not 100% paint. There. I just wanted to get the right angle on that upper beak. And I'm not going to worry about the finish lines yet. We can add those in at the end, just using the white, the lights, and the darks. But I've got a better feel now for that beak. And there is some darks kind of along the upper edge of the beak in here and then along that upper edge. Now, that's a pretty heavy line. I'm going to bring my color shaper in. I'm going to break it up a little. You could use a toothpick. You can come in with your Q-tip if you don't have a color shaper. A little bit of a damp brush, you know, a detail liner. So we have this kind of dark upper feeling there. Oh, I've already worked through most of that dark. I'm going to have to make a bit more of it now. And there is this dark here now. So now I'm placing that dark in the correct place. I didn't do it in the correct spot earlier, which I'm not too concerned about. As you can see, it's kind of, we fixed it for the moment. And again, color shapers can come in and make some really interesting marks that resemble feathers. So I do like the way you can push paint around with them. There, nice. And that would extend like that. There. So I think we've got the correct emphasis and shape on the beak. It tends to be a bit darker just past those initial little feathers. And again, this is not my darkest dark. I will come in at the very end and put in my darkest darks and lightest lights, and we can pop that beak right off the page. But I don't know if I'll want to do it quite, make it quite that dramatic. There. I just want to make good lines, highlight those important elements, eyes, wing feathers. The little bits that will say this is a blue jay without, you know, painting every detail onto the blue jay. Okay, so we're getting close there. And then it's quite dark. He's got that layer of dark kind of coming up and under. And what I'll probably do is come in just towards the end and add the lighter grays, the lighter grays, and those little finishing feathers there. But for now, I'm happy with that for the beak. I think it's the right size. It's the right shape. Now I'm going to bring in a little bit of darks. I'm going to wet my brush. I'm going to make up more of that dark. Again, French ultramarine blue, raw umber. That is probably 2/3 blue, 1/3 raw umber. Just a dot of nickel azo gold. And a dot of alizarin crimson for now. And I'll check it. I want it tending more towards the blue side than the yellow side. And again, I've got a really nice neutral. When I try to do neutrals, they don't tend to, I don't get them that easily. So I'm going to leave that color. We'll come in and we're going to start building the darks. I don't want it to be black though, you know, black, because feathers aren't. Most feathers are slightly iridescent. And depending on the reflection of the sky, on things like birds, wet feathers, and that type of thing. You know, a blue feather can appear white, a white feather can appear black. It all depends. It's not an exact science. And, you know, if you painted every feather blue on a blue jay, that'll look awful darn boring. And again, just making some marks that can resemble feather marks, because the feathers are all going the one direction on this beauty. Okay, we're going to bring in, actually, that's a little heavy there. I'm going to come down this area, and he does have a little bit of a shoulder there with that dark. Nice. Ooh, look at that. That was a perfect smudge. And we're going to come in here. He's got that lovely stance. And I just want to bring in a bit of dark, come in here, and a little down this leg. Now I don't want too much of a dark on that leg, but enough. I don't mind that if somebody's eye follows it, but I want it to come in and up that leg. So I'm going to put some just sort of illusion of detail on it. You know, a little bit of birds' legs tend to have this sort of circular feel to them. So I'm just going to use my color shaper and put some of those details on that leg. And we're going to come up, pick up some of this gray there. And it is in shadow. It is relatively dark. So we'll do that. And now I'm not going to do the whole area with that color. I'm just going to do a dab, and then I'm going to clean my brush off and just come in with a wet brush. And I'll just spread that bit of paint out with some water. So we get that shape without it being so tight and so specific. There. I'm going to loosen that up just a little there and add it with a bit more water because it should be just a bit wider. There. So it's certainly starting to shape up like the head of a blue jay to me. Now let's go in. We'll get our gray here. It's got a bit of white in it. I'm going to add it a bit of water because we don't want this really strong, but his belly is very close to the wood. So I'm going to go ahead and use that where his belly is because we want to draw that eye down to the belly, which I think that worked out pretty good. I'm going to come back, pick up some more of that dark, and it's going to come into this leg here. And we're going to suggest claws and toes. And again, I'm going to probably just use my color shaper to give this some variation. I'm not too concerned with the actual detail on the leg because, you know, that's all that leg is a tool to help move somebody's eye up into the body of that bird. I don't want them to linger on that leg. It doesn't need hyper detail. And okay. And don't forget, I'm going to come back in. So because we're using transparent paints, the more layers we put, the darker those darks will get. So right now, those darks are not really dark at all. They look it because I have lots of white area here, but on the scale, on a value scale, they're still not overly dark. And that's good. We want them that way. Now, speaking of our darks, I want to come in just on this one side of our tree branch. I'm going to add some of that gray we've got mixed up there, only because, you know, the bird's going to reflect a shadow onto it. There. Good enough. And I like what happened here on the tree branch. It kind of looks like a bud, so I'm going to play with that. And I'm going to make that into a bud. There. Now we have a bud. Looks more like a branch. Sometimes we just get happy whatevers. And okay, so we've got our dark of the leg. I'm just going to drop a little more dark just underneath the feathers here because that is where it is dark. And then hopefully I will come in and I will get rid of the extra. That leg's a little too thick, so I will correct that, but I won't do it at this stage. I will wait. So I just want that dark there to kind of, people's eyes will come up and moving on up. It was a theme song to the Jeffersons. I think I might have just told you how old I am. So I'm going to just start suggesting those wing feathers in here now. I'm just negatively kind of painting those dark shapes in. And I'll see how that ends up. Because I can always come back in and paint the blue in too. Okay, that's pretty good. I like that. It's not super detailed, but it's enough of a base right now that when I come back in to put more detail in, that's gonna do nicely. And then there's this lovely little area of dark back here. I can use that as sort of my anchor so I know where I am when I'm putting the detail in. Again, I'm just I like being kind of surprising with my mark making. I don't want to use the same brush all the time. I don't want to have the same line all the time. So, supplementing the color shaper in there as a tool helps keep the surprise to some of those areas. And there is a line here and a white and a bit there. So this is what we call negative painting. I'm making this area kind of show up because I'm painting the patterns surrounding it. Oh, that's nice. Okay. So that worked out as good as I could have hoped. And we're going to have this do 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 do. Okay, look at that. So there's a blue jay popping up from that painting. I'm really, really happy with the detail. I'm going to come in and add just a bit of white to my gray and tone this area on here down just a smidge. I find it's a little too significant and it's bothering me. So I just, these little tweaks, I listen to my intuition. And sometimes my intuition isn't always correct, but it never hurts to try. I tend to follow my gut. And yeah, I think I like the gray a bit more. Like I said, that red was, that dark that I put in there was quite red. And which is fine, but I need to change that and make it cooler. And that's what this is doing, so that's good. And there's extra on my brush, so I'm just going to throw it in different spots and see what happens. So that chin is going to need quite a bit of detail. There seems to be a bit of a And we have some interesting lines in this area that are quite significant, and I think I can just sort of suggest them right now. And I may come in and do a bit more in detail later. I just really like them. They're quite unique and interesting. They don't quite look like feathers to me. They're very, yeah, interesting. And I'm going to come in and I'll do that just to pick up a little bit of it. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, and again, I'm going to let him dry. We'll see you soon. Hi, everybody. Thank you for joining me again. We're heading into the kind of the third stage, the finishing stage of working on this lovely Bluejay. And in this part of the painting, I'm going to be finalizing my colors, making sure that they do what I want, that they help move the eye to the areas of interest and around the canvas or the piece. In this case, it's Yupo, not canvas. And this is really, for me, one of the funnest parts of the painting, because I get to put in all those little details that make the individual animals so unique. And I try to focus on things that help identify what these creatures are. And with birds especially, eye bars, wing bars, any identifying colors or marks on them, those are what I tend to focus on. So in this case, what I want to do is I'm going to start with probably these feathers in this area, and I want to bring that area up into more detail, and then a little bit more detail in these tail feathers here. I don't know if I'm going to add any color to the back. I really like what's happening here, and I want to explain these feathers here quite decisively, because that's going to be part of what brings your eye around. So what I tend to do is I put things into focus and my most detail in the areas that I want your eye to follow. And because I want your eye to kind of come in here and move this way and then this way, that's where I'm going to focus most of my detail. The beak is very dark in what I've got here. It needs to be lightened quite a bit. The upper and the bottom part of the beak, I could do a little bit brighter colors just around the eye. Nothing too significant though. I can blue down a little bit of this dark here. I find it comes up just a little too far. I kind of like what's going on here. And I can add a bit more detail in the belly area that suggests these beautiful little downy feathers. And I really love in our reference photo what's going on here in this area. So I think that's going to be my secondary center of interest. And then the eye will follow out and off the page with the Bluejay. So I can't explain how happy I am so far with this piece. There's just a few little things that just tickle me pink. I mean, they couldn't have worked out any better if I had planned them. So I really like what's going on in our background. You know, those are just suggestions of branches or trees. Is it maybe raining? Who knows? We've got the shape of the Bluejay, and by the time we're done, the detail is going to be in there. So the question of what the subject matter is won't even be considered. Now, and I love what's going on with this branch. You know, we didn't paint in the whole branch. Well, I did, but then I took it out. You were there. But look at this happy little accident here. I mean, that was just the paint moved over there, and all I did was drop just a little bit of a darker color at the bottom of it because it looked like a bud to me. And wow, you know, so now I've got this beautiful, I couldn't have painted a bud any nicer. So, you know, sometimes things just randomly happen, and I embrace that. I think it's just fabulous. There's a wonderful bit of detailing on the front leg here that just sort of happened as I was painting. I probably went and tried to add some of that mark making with a color shaper, and it just dried wonderfully. I don't want to touch this at all. So yeah, as I go through and refine him now, he'll just start to pop out more and more and more. I've cleaned all the colors off my palette. I'm going to go in with fresh colors, fresh paint, not the same as what I used earlier to paint the first two stages. And I do that just because the final stage means not the most significance, but I think it plays the most importance in what I'm trying to say. And I want to make absolutely certain that my colors are clear, they're not muddy. I want to make sure that that it's concise. And having a dirty palette, for me, would not work towards that goal. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to reintroduce my whites. Just in this area here, I'm going to put a touch of blue in them to make them a bit cooler. And again, in here and here, that's what I'm going to kind of focus on initially. I'm going to use a number 2 round brush. And I don't want to get into a fine detail brush yet. I'll save my zeros and my liner brushes for really doing the fine detail work. So I'm going to pick up white. When you're using white, add the color to your puddle of white. Don't try doing it the other way around. It just doesn't work very well. And I am going to use French ultramarine blue. Just a little tiny bit. We want to give that white a bit of a cooler look. And we didn't use a lot of French ultramarine earlier in the painting process, so introducing it now will give us a bit of a different look, and hopefully it'll stand out. So we're going to come in, and again I'm doing the whites of the ends of these feathers. And it's not an exact process. I want to get them in where they do appear, but I'm going to be going back in probably a couple of times, simply because when you're dealing with transparent layers, the paint will become more opaque and show you the true color you're trying to accomplish the more you build the color up and the more layers you put on. So layering at this stage for me is a fairly significant part of that process. Okay. Okay, so that you'll see they're just a bit more distinctive now, which is really, that's all I'm going after. As I layer, they'll pop out more and more. So one of the things where we have the bright blues in this area, I really feel like I should put just a touch of white down first and then a pale blue wash on top to give it some color and depth. Sometimes if you're looking to have a color sing and you want the color to pop out quite significantly, something like light blues or turquoises or yellows, sometimes putting a white base underneath really helps those colors to pop out when you're doing a lot of layering. I think I'm going to come in. Oop, I got that around backwards. That's going to drive me crazy. Little things like that will drive me crazy. Okay, so I'm just cleaning the white out of my brush. And I'm going to come in and put a bit more down, but it's watery. It's not quite as thick as what was there. And this little feather here in our reference photo has quite a bit of patterning with a dark in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just, instead of leaving it blue, I'm going to come in and I'm just going to do a line on the one side, clean the white out of my brush, and I'm going to just kind of dab the water off so it's not super wet. I'm going to come in and just go right up against that line, and that will, hopefully what that will do is, I may have to add a bit more white in just because the space is so small. What I'm trying to do is vary the intensity of the blue from a light to a brighter blue, just like the reference photo. So if it doesn't work out that way, I'm not going to sweat it because it's not a significantly large area. And I think what I'll do now is I'm going to start mixing a bit of a darker blue, and I think I'd like to get some of the darks in, pardon me, the right areas in the tail feathers, kind of coming down towards the front. Most of our dark details here right now, so I just want to sort of finalize that. And I know as I was making marks earlier, these I wasn't too concerned about the correct placement of them. So I'm going to put a bit of the ultramarine violet into a bit of the ultramarine blue. So I don't want it super, super dark. And I'm going to come in first with the naphtha red middle and see what kind of dark that gives me. It's giving me a bit of a mauvey dark. I didn't really want too mauve. So I think what I'll do now is I will come in with a bit of the alizarin crimson. Now it's a bit red. Okay, that's not what I'm after. So I'm just going to move that over. I'll leave it. It might be a nice accent, but it's not the color I'm looking for. I don't want my color to read red. I want it to read more of a deeper lavender purple. So I'm going to try this again, French ultramarine blue. Now that does have a bit of red in it. That may be what my problem is. Adding the French ultramarine blue. But instead of using the alizarin crimson and the red, I'm actually going to go in and add a bit of burnt umber to that, which is a very yellow, and I might get a greeny. But with yellow, it's the opposite of purple. So if I add more violet to it, I may just get a warmer. Oh, look at that. Okay, so I think that's more or less what I was after. Okay, good. Look at that. So what that was a bit of the ultramarine blue, a bit of the ultramarine violet, and a bit of raw umber. And I cleaned the colors out of my brush, and I'm going to come in, and there's a real dark spot here, which I can kind of anchor myself. Visually, if I get that dark in there, that gives my eye sort of the point it can go to all the time. And I'll know, okay, this is the right information in the right spot. I'm going to just use my color shaper to clean this one edge up just a little. The marks are very, very defined on this set of feathers on this guy. And ours don't have to be quite so perfect, but because I'm going to use that area to carry our eye, I want the level of definition to be sharp and in focus. Okay, that's better. Now once that starts to set, it will I'll be able to darken it up even just a bit more. So I'm going to come in now to this feather, and I'm going to start adding a bit of that lovely detail. In my paint, I don't have enough water or paint on my brush. Okay. I want to make sure I have approximately the correct width. Okay, that's a very thin line up there. There's a, and again, if it's not exactly as the reference photo, I think, that's okay. These marks are going to identify it as a Bluejay. Whether we have 7 or 5. So I'm not too concerned doing the stripes, whether or not it is bang on to the reference photo. As long as visually when I look at it, I kind of feel the exact same sense. And feathers, they're challenging. There's like probably well over 100 on this little tiny bird in just the larger ones that are visible to our eye. So I'm not going to do something that's going to drive me crazy. We're not doing, medical references or things that are going to go down in science as the gospel of what we're looking at. Yeah, it was funny back in the day. I remember reading an article. If you've never heard of a tree kangaroo, there's this phenomenon in the conservation world called Lazarus species. And Lazarus species are animals that have thought to have gone extinct. And then lo and behold, somebody sees one. And there are a few photographers out there that make their living seeking out and photographing Lazarus species, which, I mean, if I was uber rich, that would be so fascinating. Hanging out in certain areas, just hoping to catch a glimpse of something somebody hasn't seen in 100 years. You'd have to be so patient. But there was one particular called the tree kangaroo, and it hadn't been seen in this specific area for, I don't know, well over 100 years, and it had thought to have gone extinct. And I think it was in Peru, in the mountains in Peru, that it was found again by a photographer, and he considered himself an amateur photographer, but somebody who loved adventure. And anyways, he was very proud of his accomplishment and was already planning the next species he was going to go and uncover. And when they looked for historical information on this species, the funny thing is the last one that was seen was, and don't quote me because these probably are not correct. This was, a couple of years ago I was reading this article, but say, the last tree kangaroo, and it was the one and only one ever seen in that area, was seen in, say, 1870. And they name the German biologist. And what they did is they shoot it. That was their practice. They've never seen it before. It's the only one ever seen. And what's the biologist do? He shoots it and then sends the skin to the Museum of Natural History in Britain. So is it just me, or does that seem like a foolish practice? To the conservation and identification of species. I'm pardon my sniffling. Still my allergies. I do take an antihistamine, but it just it's not as effective as I would hope. But I'm glad we've come a long way since then in the conservation of our creatures on our planet. They're just our roommates, and we make really, really bad roommates sometimes. Okay, so, and again, you know, this is just a layer among other layers. I'm not trying to obtain perfection. I get to a point, I'll know when my painting is done because I'll be, oh, there's nothing left for me to do to this to make it look any better. And when that thought occurs, then I know I'm finished a painting. That's how I know. As long as I'm looking at it thinking, oh, I can do this and I can do this and I can do this, then it's not finished. It's simply as simple as that. So having those grayer areas up in this section here will help define that whiter tip on those feathers. So that's nice. I like that. And I'm going to come in and suggest these darks. And these darks, you know, they're not dark. I can come back in and add more dark paint on top to make them appear even darker. And I won't do it to everyone. I'll just do it to the occasional bar or line to vary it up. You know, our eyes like things that are not, I'm just adding a little bit of ultramarine blue. There's a dark spot, but it's very kind of bluey green in this area here. So I'm going to add just a touch of manganese to my brush, only because I didn't get that green there. That's a bit better. And I can come back in and work on that as well a bit more. But that dark right there helps frame the whiter feather coming up and into it. So it is somewhat important. Okay. So I lost my train of thought there. Sorry, folks. I got kind of... okay, so I'm going to come in now and I'll define some of the marks, some of those beautiful lines on this one large tail feather here. I'm going to use quite a bit of water in my brush because I don't want them super, super dark. I can build up the dark. Oh, vary. That's what I was going to talk about. So some of the basic design principles, and they've known this throughout history, designers and artists, you know, the traditionalists, people's vision and their mind needs certain things to make things visually appealing. And one of the things is it likes repetition, but it doesn't like the same repetition. So this is a good example. The marks that we're making, they occur fairly regularly up this tail feather. So yeah, that's repetitive and it catches our attention and our eye will follow it. The problem starts is if I make every single one of this repetitive line exactly the same value, length, width. So even though this is repetitive, yes, it does have a purpose. It's going to work in our favor. But I can vary and in our reference photo, even these bottom marks just suggest or hint that the mark's there. So I can come in with my finger and just dab a couple of them so they're not quite the same value going all the way up that tail feather. And of course, I can come in and add darker dark on just a couple of them. So that's where variation in repetition is fairly important, you know. Repetition is a design, a design trait that you need to be aware of. If you have just a lot of randomness, it can be uncomfortable to look at. And I'm sure you've seen artwork out there where, you know, it's quite abstracted, but nothing is cohesive, nothing's the same. And it just doesn't hold your interest. So if you were at an exhibition, you'd just walk on by that piece and you'd go to a piece that offers you that repetition, but the repetition also has the lovely degrees of varying certain things, and it makes it more appealing for you visually. And your brain's calculating all this stuff. You're not even consciously aware of it. You just look at it and go, oh, I don't like that. Well, there are deeper scientific reasons behind why you don't like it. And some people know it intuitively. Like some artists will they follow their intuition and they paint what they like, which is good because if you're painting things that you like, you're probably going to paint things that other people like because we all sort of scientifically are drawn to the same types of things visually. And you won't go wrong doing that. But what happens is instead of painting what we like, we paint what we think we should like, or we paint what we think we should paint. And that's where the trouble starts. So the tail's a little bit white up there. It's kind of light. I'm actually going to come in and just pick up a bit more. I'm going to take away some of that line with a bit of a light, just a little bit of a light gray, because that dark was a bit heavy there. I don't mind the areas of white in this because it kind of looks like the energy, maybe those tail feathers are in motion and they're going by so rapidly that we don't have a chance to fill all this information in visually. So I'm going to leave it for now. I might come back and do something with it a bit later. But for what I'm trying to accomplish right now, I don't think it's 100% necessary to fill in all that information. And I'm just suggesting here with my light gray and just a few well-placed marks there, and I will make them a bit straighter with my color shaper, that there are more tail feathers there. So, I just lost my paper towel. It fell onto the floor. Oh well. Maybe I'm just going to kind of suggest that that feather comes in a little, and again, I'm not in love with that line, so I'm going to use my color shaper a bit. Okay, so I like that. I think this is a bit too large here. So what I'm going to do, there's some darker feathers in this area, and I think I extended that dark a little too far. There is kind of a lighter blue line that kind of defines the right edge of that feather. And when I say right edge, the edge we're looking at as it's reflected back at us in our tablet. And then I'm going to come in and I have another paper towel. I will use that one. I'm going to drop some more of that dark. I'm going to lighten it a little bit with manganese blue. Just a little. There, that's good. And it's going to be relatively a wet mixture. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to shorten the feather where I put those marks. And because this is similar in value to the little stripes I've painted, they'll hopefully cover up most of it and define that one feather a bit more realistically in the, so that's more of the size that the actual feather was. My marks were a little off there, and I'm not sweating about it. I think we can just suggest some more feathers this way as well. Doesn't have to be anything specific, just a suggestion. And I'll use my color shaper just to pull that paint up and give it a little bit of a curled edge there, saying, oh yeah, there's a end of a feather up there. And for now, I'm just going to let that dry because I think I can come back in and add some lighter lines to suggest the edges of those tail feathers. So that's not bad. Now, I think this line's a little too dark up in this area, so I'm going to come back to the gray. Or it was the white that we had mixed a little earlier with the ultramarine blue, but because I had this color in my brush, I'm just sort of making a neutral gray. And I'm going to come up and I'm going to just tone down that edge. And now you'll see the emphasis is no longer right at the edge of the page. Never put your emphases, I'm not sure if you pluralize emphasis, never put your emphasis at the edge of a page. And I say that because it's going to draw the eye there prematurely. And if that happens, you're basically, your information, you might be looking at this part, but if that's too dark, you're going to skip the whole interior of this painting visually without realizing it, of course. You're going to look here because anything with a face, the face is always the center of interest. And then it's going to go up to that black mark there because the black mark was just too dark for everything surrounding it. And then your eye goes off and you're off to the other painting again. So you want to make sure that when you're doing your lines or your entrances and your exits into your painting, that they're not so significant that people get stuck there, or they go from there to the other one and straight out. So it's a little bit of a balance. And it becomes second nature when you've been painting for a long time, you know, and even I've seen artists who have been painting forever and they still, you know, we all make mistakes. It's human nature. If you don't make mistakes, you are artificial intelligence, which I'm not sure how I feel about. I think it is a wonderful tool that can help us live. But apparently Stephen Hawking's book is quite scary with some of the predictions he makes about artificial intelligence and its development in our lives. So I just mixed all the colors on the palette together, and I've got that really, really pretty gray. And I'm going to come back in and I'm just going to use it on these feathers here, because those feathers are just a smidge too dark, I think. Nice. And in here, I'll put it there too. Oh, I like that. Okay. It's a pretty color. Where else can I put it? There's a little bit in there. And now this part of the Bluejay is sort of... What I'm going to do is just reduce the blue that's here with this gray over top. And that's going to knock back the brightness just a bit, because what that will do by knocking that back, it makes this blue more important. And that's kind of what we want. So I want people's eyes to kind of follow. Now see, because it's all transparent paint, we're still going to see the blue underneath. It's just not going to be as strong visually. And that's good. That's kind of how we want it. I like the dots on the Bluejay's head. I'm going to leave them for now. I don't know how they're going to translate into the final piece, but I don't think I necessarily need to move them at the moment. I think I'm going to drop just a bit of that here. I've still got the gray on my brush, and I'm lightening up the darks around the front of the Bluejay's head because I do find they're a little too dark to me. And I know in nature, with light reflecting off these feathers and different things, that they're not going to appear all consistently dark. It's just the way the camera takes pictures. And we're basically taking information that's been represented in a very photographic way, and we're making it look more humanized in the way we would see. And that's why a lot of photographs, it's hard to capture emotion in photos, because they are taking, yes, they're taking a snap of a specific moment in time. And yes, if you looked at each part of a photo individually, those details would look just like they do in a photo. But as a human being looking at a photo, we are not seeing it anything in the way that a camera does. And that's, yeah, I'm not one of those people that takes great photos. My oldest daughter, Emily, she can take 10 photos and each photo looks like a work of art in its own right. I'm so jealous of that skill. I don't have that ability. I never have. I can take 1,000 photos and I might get the one that I was looking for. And I say might. So I'm just going around now and I'm looking at areas of dark and areas of light, and I'm seeing where I can just lighten up the darks a bit with that beautiful gray we made, or I can darken the light that's already on there with it. So, you know, areas where the feathers are flat right above the branch, under his belly, white doesn't appear white down there. It looks very, very gray. We've got some definite gray coming in here. I like that. So I think I'm going to add a bit of that gray just over here because I am probably going to overlay a bit more blue in that area when I get to it. And if the dark is too dark, the blue will get lost in it. So if there's a transition between the dark and the blue with this gray, I think you'll read the blue a bit better. And you know, don't fear if these aren't things that would naturally come to you. That's why I'm doing these videos. And I'm talking out loud as I'm doing it so you can understand my thought process behind it. It's one thing to take a class and have somebody say, this is how you paint a tree. But, you know, we all want to paint a tree in a different way. And if you don't understand what you need to do is in terms of design and composition, then it's not going to be successful as a tree. I mean, I can put a dot of paint on a page and say, oh, look, I just painted a tree. It's a conceptual tree, but it's a tree. Just because I say it doesn't make it so. Honestly, people, that's how we get fake news. Okay, so I'm going to let that little bit of mark making I just did in there dry and see how I feel about it. I might not like it. I might. I don't know. We'll see. This area was pretty quiet, so that was probably one of the reasons my eye felt compelled to draw that bit of very, very pale gray down. And I like that. So my darks aren't quite so significant now in the front of the Bluejay. This dark is not so significant. We've built this up just a bit, and I'm going to continue to do that. And I really like by neutralizing the blue that was already down here. This blue here has started to pop up a little bit. So it's, again, finding balance. And we can add paint, we can remove paint, and eventually we will get there. Yes. Okay, so now I think I'm going to work on, I'm going to create, I think I need to work on the beak a bit, and I'm going to come in, I'm going to puddle up this gray here. And you know, looking at my reference photo, the lines, the striations that come straight down the beak, I think I could get away with using a bit of my lavender in that, which, you know, we mixed up this kind of lavender gray here. If I add that to a bit of white with this gray, we might get a neat purpley gray. That's my story. Yes, it's starting. Well, I'm glad I didn't waste this. And if you remember, that color was ultramarine blue, ultramarine violet with a bit of the natural red middle in it. And it was just a little too red for me. But now we're adding this gray we've already had on our palette to it. And I'm getting an interesting kind of very pale lavender. But because of the yellow in this gray from the manganese blue, it's neutralized it just a little bit. So it's not purpley purple, but it's lending towards the red side of the palette. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to start, so a bit more detail. And these are I'm not coming in with a heavy brush. I'm just barely touching my paintbrush to the Yupo because I really want that fine point to do the work for me. If I come down too heavy, then of course I get a blob and I'll have to go back in and remove all that paint. Now, and this is more of a transition. You know, the darks don't abruptly end and the lights don't abruptly start. There's always a transition between them that helps define them. And again, I am going to do a video on the secret of painting. And the secret of painting is just by understanding how to create form. It's just such a basic principle in art, the creation of form, whether you're working three-dimensional or you're working on a one-dimensional surface. And if you understand how to create form, you can make or paint anything successfully. And that's really all you need to do to be a successful artist. Representational. I can't really speak to abstract. I paint abstracted, and in the past I have painted abstracts. There was no real market for them where I lived, that I could break into anyways. That's not to say there isn't one, but it just eluded me. And I think that was because the universe wanted me to paint animals. And at that time I wasn't painting animals. I was still kind of doing a lot of figurative. I really loved like the busyness of city scenes, and I think that was because I don't live in a city. I live in a small village. So I enjoyed the energy. But again, I don't think that was what I was supposed to be doing. And I was supposed to be painting wildlife. And the universe was not going to be so kind as to let me get away with not doing what I was made for. So okay. So I'm just looking at our reference photo now, and I'm pulling out the lighter areas on the beak with that lovely kind of gray that we created that's got a bit of the purple tinge to it, a bit of the mauve tinge. And I'm just sort of highlighting the areas in light. And now acrylics always dry a bit darker than what you see. So you know, it will dull down just a little, and that's okay because I still can come in with significantly lighter colors to highlight the beak. And I can also come in and I can darken that little band across the edge of the beak. It's sort of where the feathers and the beak meet. And I think what we're seeing in the reference photo is a shadow of those beautiful downy feathers. We're actually seeing the shadow of those feathers on the beak. And I can come in and suggest that again. And I can still do significantly more lightening on his beak area as well. You know, this is a process of layers. And I just, you know, as long as the shape of the beak is correct, that's, you know, really, that's the important key part that we need to keep in mind. We just need to keep the features where they're supposed to be in the right spot. And then the rest, the eyes will fill in. If I give the blue jay an arm, well, we're going to know. Wait a second, there's definitely no arms on blue jays, and that's not a blue jay because it has an arm. I apologize if that was a bad joke. Sometime my 11-year-old sense of humor comes out. And the only person it amuses is myself. Okay, so I'm liking how that's working. So I can come back in again over this with some lights to pick out and highlight specific feathers. I like that. We're going to need to add a bit of color through here. I'm recognizing that now, and it can be a bit of a deeper, warmer blue, and that's where our ultramarine blue will come in quite handy. I am really happy though that we put that gray down there because that will add a nice transition between them. And this area here, I may come in with a very, very pale gray, maybe actually the gray that we've worked on now, because I find this a little too light behind that. And it's just creating a block for me when I look at this, and I'm not in love with that. So I'm gonna just come in with that color we just made. It's still relatively pale. I'm gonna add a bit more of the titanium white to it. It's light, but it's not white. It's a very pale gray, and it's wet, and I'm gonna come in and I'm just gonna drop it in behind this area here. Now let's see, I think I'm gonna make that a bit smaller too. It's a bit too big compared to our reference photo, and I'm leaving it really, really wet because as that dries, that's gonna move, and you know, if we're lucky, that will replicate some smaller feathers. I'm not sure. We'll see what we get, but I can always refine it as well. So yeah, something was not happening right, and I had just made that far too wide. And let's come, that's going to be a little bit paler there, down and under. I'm not going to worry about too much detail in this area. I just want to highlight and suggest and pick up the details that will take our eye over. I do have to correct that, that leg though, because it is quite thick. And because it's such a fine spot, I could come in with my nail, but I may actually take out too much of the leg that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a toothpick and I'm just going to kind of poke the end. I don't want a really sharp point because I don't want to damage my Yupo. I'm just going to put it in the water for a second. I'll have a sip of my tea while I do that. Yeah, you know, you've got a good composition. If you can turn it any direction and it's still appealing, that means your composition and your lines are good. That's also, you could tell great abstract art as well, because it doesn't matter what way you put it. It just, it's wonderfully executed. Okay. I just want to get a bit of moisture in the toothpick because I'm going to use the toothpick. I'm going to come back in. And this is where you don't need expensive tools. I'm going to use that wet toothpick to just rub out the paint on that back leg because I'm not 100% happy with the shape we ended up with. And this gives me a lot more control to just lift up that paint. And then I'm going to come in and there. That's all I wanted. We can, now that, because we've got the toothpick here, I'm going to use it just to pick out a detail or two. Because it is such a lovely point on it, I think we can give a bit of detail to one of the claws, the nails on his. We're suggesting lines, and our eyes will fill in the rest. And now, of course, there's a bit of a knuckle in between those two there. Okay, so just a suggestion of the little bits that are catching light. And I think I'm going to come across this because this line is really heavy right here on that one branch. So, I mean, we could use a really, really fine detail brush and paint a white line, but, you know, we've got our toothpick and we've got this beautiful bright white Yupo paper. So I'm going to take advantage of that, and I'm going to do a little highlight there. And I've broken that line up there and created what looks like a claw, or something light would reflect off of. So there, that's nice. I'm quite happy with that. So it didn't take a lot, you know, just enough to say, listen, there's stuff going on up here. And if I'm concerned with, I actually like having the highlight there. Now, instead of removing paint, I'm just adding. I'm just painting with my toothpick now. It's in my hand. And I'm just going to put a little bit of a line to suggest that knuckle there. And I'm going to come in and pick up just a little bit of it with my finger. There, perfect. Okay, so that claw is done now. That leg is done. I'm not going to do anything else with it. And I like how there seems to be a bit of a shadow. I'll hold this up to the camera closer. There's a bit of a shadow going on behind the leg, and I'm going to leave it. I like it. You know, to me, it suggests energy and motion, and it's kind of that movement of things. I love the front leg. I like the level of non-detail that we managed to achieve underneath here. Basically, when I look at it, does this say that's a front leg and that's a leg? Yes, it does. Then I'm happy with it. I don't need to mess around with it. You know, why fix it if it is not broken? That is a saying. Don't know whose, but I like it. Okay, so now I'm going to come in and I'm going to start suggesting color here. Our dark is dry, and I'm going to come in and work in the little areas in between our darker lines, and I'm going to try mixing up I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in, I am going to use my fluorescent blue. If you don't have fluorescent blue, use whatever blue you have. It's a Bluejay, so as long as it's blue, it's all going to be good. But, you know, I've got this beautiful little set. I think it came with 5 different colors, and you buy it as a set from the art supply store. And they're all kind of fluorescents, and I just want an excuse to use them. So I'm going to use my fluorescent blue. If you have the French ultramarine and the manganese blue, then I would mix them together. The manganese is a little too green for what we're going to do. The Bluejay is not really lending towards the green side. So I would mix the two together to kind of give it more of a warmer tone. And I'm going to do the same with my fluorescent blue, just because that's a pretty cool blue. There's, pardon me, there's not a lot of red going on in that blue. I'm warming it up. And I'm going to start by just putting a little dab of the titanium white in it. Titanium white is opaque. It's really the only opaque color on my palette. Raw umber is just a tiny bit opaque. Dairy-Lied Yellow, just a tiny bit opaque, but they're primarily transparents. And if I want to lighten anything up with the titanium white because it's opaque, it works. So I like that value. I'm going to come in and I'm going to experiment in between some of these lines and see how that value is showing up. And I'm painting over kind of the darks we painted earlier as well. I think what I'm going to do, I'll paint in these areas, and then I'm going to take just some white and water, and I'm going to drop in. I don't know if this will work, but I'm going to try. Because those feathers have a very beautiful ombre kind of color change to them, I'm going to come in and drop in a bit of that white on top of the wet blue, and I'm going to see what kind of mixing I get with that, and you'll just, it may work, it may not, I don't know, but I'll try, and if not, we'll come back in and I'll do something different. And let's see, well, it's giving me certainly the line, I think, a bit more on that feather than what I did have there. My feather's a bit thinner than the one in our reference photo, and I'm not gonna worry about it. It's as long as it's suggesting the right information. I'm happy with that. And these two here kinda, I like what's going on there. Okay. And I'm just gonna yeah, I got a really wet brush right now, and it actually, I like it because it's rounding as the water is hitting the Yupo. I'm not getting hard lines with it, and it's making really nice marks on what is our tail feathers here and our wing feathers. And I will come back in and drop more color where I need color and dark where I need dark in this area, just because this area is fairly significant for us, and we want to represent it fairly well. But see how they're popping out already just by defining that little bit of dark in there and coming in, adding a bit more color and adding in on top. I'm quite happy with what's going on. I'm going to do the same here. That's certainly, yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, it's not exactly the same as a reference photo, and I'm not going to sweat it. The one thing, I never ever painted in my life was florals. I'm a nut. I love gardening. I love flowers. I love any kind of flower. I don't care what it is, unless it's a biennial. I've been challenged with getting foxglove to grow, so biennials seem to challenge me. But I love everything else. I love having cutting gardens. I love growing food, and I've never painted flowers. And I just always thought, if you're religious and you believe in God, that maybe God makes them so beautiful already. I can't do them any justice. They're perfection as they are. And I didn't feel my voice really could do anything to it. And it's kind of the same with animals. I know it's a kind of a weird perspective, but I do have a style of painting that I think hasn't been overly used before with animals. Typically, I'm just checking to make sure that value that's there is okay. It's defining that edge just a little. I'm not going to paint. I like what happened there with that little kind of invisible line. I'm going to leave it until the very end. I'm just kind of going in and I'm bouncing back and forth in between areas where I feel I can improve the detail, adding in things that I think will nice. I'm going to bring that in up into here. I still find this contrast between that white and this a little too strong, but I really like the white. I want to leave it there, which just means I have to bring the tone of that down just a little. And I'm just using the blue that we mixed for the tail. I'm introducing some of it into the darks, just because the dark doesn't have to be as dark as we think it needs to be. I know that doesn't make sense. Let's see if I can explain it better. So when you see something on a photograph that appears dark, in actuality, in real life, it probably is not. It's probably, a darker violet or a darker navy or a darker reflection of the surroundings that the animal is in. And we tend to just overdo darks. I'm going to lighten. I think that blue value is a bit lighter than that gray that we've got back here, so I'm going to drop some of that in there. And again, I'm going to lighten that up just a little bit to suggest edges along those back feathers. Oh yeah, I like that. We'll just take that off. It's a pretty color. Okay, I'm going to lighten it a little more. I'm just going to come in behind the leg here. I'm going to lighten it just a little. I'll use my color shaper to suggest, because it's a darker color underneath, we can scrape out what will look like feathers, the ends of the little downy feathers. It's a great It's a great way to express something lighter that's on top of something darker. Or the other way around. But if you've got values that are really, really similar, it's not effective as a way to paint. You know, it's funny, we've got this beautiful little reddy spot, and I really like it. I'm trying to paint around it because it is in there, and it's very neutralized, but it's warm, and it is red. I'll hold this up, see if you can see it a bit better. I want to leave it. They're just happy little visual spots where as you're looking around, your eye will find them and rest on them a little. Okay, so I like how this is working. My blacks aren't too black. My lights aren't too light. This isn't as white as it was earlier. This isn't as white as it was earlier. This suggests feathers. This suggests feathers. We've got some really very faint marks in here that will also suggest feathers. I think this little bit of dark is bugging me. I think it's a bit too significant for that area. So I'm just going to put a line of light above it, and I'm going to draw that out and over that dark. So the dark's still there and it will still show up. It just won't be as important as it was just a minute ago. You know, I'm the one that has to say what's important here and what isn't. I'm the boss. Okay. The only bad thing about that statement is I'm the one that gets blamed when stuff goes horribly, horribly wrong. Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to see, there's a lighter area on his beak right here. I'm just going to start putting that in. I will come in and really highlight that in a bit. We're almost at that stage. We're getting to the lightest lights and the darkest dark stage. I'm so excited. I make a lot of marks, but my pieces, I'm hoping they just don't look overpainted. That's my goal. That is really all I can ask. Okay. So I've painted over that one dot on this side a little, but I really like that dot because it matches that dot. And those two dots match that dot. So those are quite, you know, in quite lovely spots. I think what I'm going to come in and drop a bit of color in there now. It's going to be ultramarine blue. And I'm going to use my fluorescent blue. I'm going to mix them. But I need to neutralize that a bit. That's going to be far too bright. And of course, the opposite on the color wheel from that is orange. So I can mix up a bit of orange. I'm going to use my Indian yellow and my alizarin crimson. Oh, that's a little heavy on the red, so I'll go back in with a bit more orange. Okay, so I'm going to add that to that color. And we're neutralizing that blue. Now it is a bit green. I don't really want it green. I want to kind of stay away from that impression of green. So I'm going to add a bit more of my fluorescent blue in and see if I can get the blue to kind of override that green feeling. It is a little. Okay, more ultramarine then. Ooh, there we go. Oh, I think that might be, that's what I am looking for. Wet brush. Get that puddle of paint there onto the brush. Lots of pigment in it. And I'm going to use my brush now. I'm not going to make a fine line. I'm going to push my brush down. I'm going to push it over that gray that I made earlier. I'm going to do that again here. And there. Not quite as blue as it is in our reference photo, but I think I'm okay with that. I can make the blue a little brighter closer to the feathers here. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I'm going to drop just a little touch of that into this area here on the beak because those are little feathers and they're casting a shadow. And of course, we have to assume that those feathers are going to have all of the same colors that's in the body of the bird in them. I don't want to just isolate that color right there on the bird. So by introducing it to the beak, a little here underneath, I'm going to see if I can add it to the tail feathers somewhere. It makes it, it unifies it and helps pull your eye throughout the composition as well. So not just value, but color can help you pull your eye through your pieces. Actually, I think let's just puddle that up. I'm gonna bring that, might be a good color to just drop in here. And I'm going to wet my brush now and just pull the water right up and off. And I will use my towel. I'll just dab that end because the end of those feathers is white. Okay, so that's nice. I'm going to start adding in a bit of the French ultramarine blue with a bit of white where I see those warmer. So where I see the warm, there's the dark bands, and kind of at the edges of the bands is a warmer, what I see as a warmer blue. There's a bit at the end of this one tail. I'll just drop a little bit of wet blue in there. There's a bit here I'm going to drop in. I extended that down just a bit too far. I think I'm going to bring that, some of that in here, just a smidge. And then I'm going to reintroduce it here just as we come into the darks on top of the head. And around. I'm just making some suggestions. Nothing serious. There's a bit of a patterning you'll see to the way the feathers are laying on the head. I can do a bit of suggesting with wet paint now that my brush is nice and wet of that patterning. But I don't have to do a lot of it, just enough to say, listen, there's more going on here than just a blob of blue. And I'm going to take a lot of paint out of my brush. And there's still that blue in there, but it's very watery. And I'm just going to suggest where it comes up here. And that's going to dry to barely being able to see it. And I think I may just bring that here a little and pull it down with my finger. Whoop. Well, I made a wee bit of a mess. I'm going to clean that up now. Not everything I does works out 100%. Sometimes I laugh at myself and say, what were you thinking? Okay, so I think the only thing is I think that's just a bit too, it's still a little too much paint. So I'm going to take that right back off again. And now I'm going to drop some of that color I made into this area here. We want to have that consistency. So just added a bit of water. And then I'll just mix up a bit more of that blue. Okay. Now we have some interesting marks on the tail that come this way. And I'm going to use this blue to bring them in, because I'm going to go in and probably reinstate my darks in specific spots there. So I'm really just using the blue as a bit of a dark in that tail. There seems to be a bit of it there, there. Nope. Hi, Dottie. Somebody just woke up from her nap. She's a chatty cat. She likes to talk to me. She loves to talk to the pigeons she watches out the window. I have no idea what she tells the pigeons, but she tells them stories. You do. I know you do. You okay? You didn't have a bad dream, did you? Eh? Oh, oh, she says, I want a belly rub. Okay. This is talent. Rubbing a cat's belly while you're painting. Especially when the cat is behind you on their cat tower. Hey. Okay. I like, this is just such a beautiful color. And I am putting the color everywhere, but not in one fell swoop. It's just sort of being added in specific areas. I'm going to add lots of water to my brush, and I'm going to pull that blue down towards the bottom of the bird. And I'm going to bring it in here just a bit. Now, we still got the white right in the center of the back, which is nice because, you know, naturally the reflection of light would hit the bird somewhere around there. And I'm just going to add a bit of that blue right here underneath. Okay. I think just a bit more here. And I'm just going to puddle that on my palette. Pick up I'm going to dry my brush just a bit. I'm going to introduce just a little bit of that on the beak in the shadow side here, just for cohesiveness. I don't, you know, I want a drop of that blue kind of coming up, I think, in almost every part of the painting that is bird. So, and you can see it's starting to pull our features together. There. Okay, so this is still wet, so I can go in with my brush, which is barely damp, and I can just kind of make, you know, suggestions of the similar marks and patterning of the feathers on the Bluejay. I can do that with my brush now. Oh, we're getting close to losing that light on the back, which is, you know what? It is what it is. If we lose it, we lose it. I'm not worried. I think I got to lighten that area up just a bit. It's bugging me. I'm going to come in and just add a bit of white to the blue we've been using. I'm going to come in. Now, I do have to darken up that, the dark that's there. Because it is the features of the face of the bird, they're really, really important. And of course, the face is the focal point. So I will come back in and add my lightest lights and my darkest darks. And all I did was just knock back that blue just a smidge in there. It was giving a little too much importance too close to the edge of the beak for my liking. So yeah, that's doing good. Okay. Now I feel like I need to add just a little bit more of that blue just right here. He's kind of got that spot of flatness under his belly, and there we go. I will come back in and add lighter whites there, so never fear. But I think for the most part he is filled in. So now it's just lighter lights, darker darks. And And then we'll be able to sign him. I'm going to use, well, there is still a bit of area there with water. I'm just going to use a damp rag, and I'm going to start cleaning up some of the spots here that don't, like, as I paint, the Yupo picks up little, there's a pencil mark there from when I measured it and cut, and a pencil mark here. And again, just water on this heavy duty paper towel will go in and clean up the edge. And I also take a look at some of my splatters. You know, sometimes if they don't seem to be adding anything to the composition, I'll remove them at this stage as well. I'm not certain that I want that splatter there. I don't think I need it. So I'm just gonna wipe that off. And there's a little tiny dribble of paint there. Yeah, I like it better without it. You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I find what I like with the Yupo, and because, you know, I painted watercolor for so long, the white of the paper is a big importance in your composition. So I find that I like the cleanness of the white, the crispness of the white, and I try to bring my painting back to that. And that's really all I'm doing right now, is I'm just sort of going in and I'm leaving the marks, I'm leaving some of the mess, but I determine what of it has value and what doesn't. And I'm just going to tweak the shape on the bottom of his beak a little, because it actually goes back a bit further than what I represented there. And again, damp rag. I'm using my fingernail. If you don't have fingernails, just use your toothpicks. And you can do exactly what we did earlier with the toothpick to just pull the paint off the Yupo. And all I did was make that V a bit deeper than what it was. That will be important, because as we come in and we highlight areas on that beak, you know, it may not seem important now, but it might. I can do it, so I might as well. I'm trying to make sure that his beak doesn't come to like a sharp point, like a filed down tool, because they don't in real life. I don't think I need that one mark there. I'm going to take that off. Yeah. I like these three little bubbles right there. It almost makes it look like if he's talking. He's saying something. You know, blue jays are typically the noisy birds at the feeder, so, or in the forest. Okay, I like that. There's a little mark there, a little bubble I don't want. It's too close to the edge, and it has a much prettier bubble beside it. And just gotta scrub a bit harder to get the pencil off. Okay. Yep. I can still see there is a bit of water. I'm going to let them dry a little longer. And I still have a few things to clean up. I got to take that pencil mark off, and there's a couple of close little bubbles beside it that I'm just going to rub off. And just cleaning it up a little. There's a few marks there I'm going to remove. They don't look like bubbles, and they don't look like trees. Get rid of that one. Okay. That side I like. I'm going to get my toothpick. There is one little mark. I'll point to it with the toothpick. Oh, my toothpick has a fluorescent pink end. So there is one little mark right there. For some reason, it's driving my eye crazy. That tiny little dot of blue. I got to remove it. If I don't, I'm not going to be happy. I won't be able to sell this to somebody knowing that little tiny spot is there. Okay, so it's gone now. That's good. Yeah, much better. Um, yeah, there's a couple of those over here. They're so small, they're insignificant. They're not bringing anything to the piece, so I just take them right off. I'm just cleaning up the one edge of that tail feather where my marks had kind of come out over the line. Because because this particular one is part of the way I want our eyes to travel, I want sort of a nice crisp line. There. I left this side all, so this side here I left with that kind of shadowy edge. This has the shadowy edge, but that line there is nice and crisp. And as I do my marks, my highlights, and my darkest darks, that's going to help move the eye through with those other marks. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Okay. So I'm going to push together all the paint that I've got there right now. Let's put that all together. And I'm going to come in. I'm going to make a dark. I'm not going to add that to it though. That's too orange. I have a nice warm gray there if I need it, if I'm painting and I find an area where I need to introduce some. What I might do is add that to some white just to make one of the highlights for the shadows. You know, if the shadow, obviously it's not in sunlight, it's not reflecting from a sky, it will be a little darker. So using straight white on the underside doesn't make sense. It's all relative, and that's everything down there has to be muted. We can't have it as bright as what we have as highlights up here on the areas that are in light. So the tails, the ends of the tails, I got to go back in and paint the white in again. Now I'm going to switch to a smaller brush. I think I may use, I'm going to go back in with my one round. It's nice and tiny. And I'm going to go in and do that white at the end of the tail feathers. I'm going to add a bit of my fluorescent blue, just a tiny, tiny droplet. So it's not pure titanium white. I'm doing that now so they can dry as we sort of work our way through other, pardon me, I got a bit of a tickle in my throat. As we work our way through some of the other highlights and shadows, we're going to be darks and lights. These whites on the tail feathers can set up a bit more, and we'll end up probably doing 1 or 2 more coats on them because they do stand out significantly. They're very white compared to everything else around the bird. So I'm going to come back in here. That area is just starting to pop out now, which is great. It's exactly what we wanted. And our final lights and darks will help do that even more. Yeah, I really lost those whites there in the last stage, but that's okay. I know that building up that detail at some point will, you know, come in the further stages that I am in the painting. So once those, we'll let those get a little sticky, and then once they set up a bit, we'll come back in and add a bit more. So that's the lightest spot on the Bluejay. So I don't need that white anywhere else. And I'm going to build that up so it even becomes a bit brighter and a bit whiter as we add more dark. So right now what I need is a dark. I'll use my handy dandy. Those brushes are so small. If you try to mix paint with it, you're just going to kill it. So I tend to use my palette knife. I'm going to go to my old standard dark, which is ultramarine blue, alizarin crimson, and of course my nickel azo gold. Now what I will say about making darks with those colors is I use golden paints. I find any other brand in those three colors, I can't get a dark as this. So obviously the pigments are less than what you get in the golden paint colors, and that's not a good or a bad thing. It's just the way it is. And I was already used to the pigment and the dark I was getting using golden paints. And when I tried something a little less inexpensive, you know, TriArt's got some really great products. I'm thinking that might still be a little too purple, so I'm going to add in more of my nickel azo gold. I just could not get to the same level of dark that I had, and that was frustrating me. Okay, let's see that. Oh, that's nice. It's a nice neutral, not too yellow, that was far too purple. That's why I test them before I put them on the painting. Okay, so I'm going to come in now. Oh, you know what? I'm going to pick up my lightest light too. I'll mix that now that I'm at it. And I'm wiping this in between every paint pickup. So I'm going to do a bright white for the top of the Bluejay, everywhere that his feathers may be reflecting off. I don't think the sun is out in this photo, but reflecting off the lightness of the sky. Even if it's an overcast day, there's still, the sky is always the lightest thing, and it's obviously our light source on the Bluejay. So anything facing the sky, we're going to use this highlight. And I think what I'll do, I'm going to add just a tiny, and I say tiny bit of my Hansa Yellow Medium. Now, if you look at those three yellows, that is cooler compared to those two. And that's why I think I can get away with it. I may change that when I apply it onto the painting, but I don't think so. So I don't really want to visually be able to see the yellow per se, so I'm going to add a bit more white in there. But I want it to be warm, not cold. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and mix a cooler light for the areas in shadow. And I think what I'll do is I'm just going to use a drop of the gray that we mixed a little earlier from all our palette colors. So one of these will be for highlights on the top of the bird, which is this one, and then highlights on the bottom of the bird, we'll use this one. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the beak. So he's got, they're basically just little lines. I'm going to use on the bottom of the beak, I'm going to go ahead and use this cooler color. I'm going to come in and just suggest where the light is hitting the edge of the beak. Now, if I find it a little too bright, I'll come in and I can just use my finger, and then that kind of comes out a little. And there's another line that kind of follows the inside of that, comes up. And these won't dry, these won't look, once they're dry, they won't look quite as bright as what they look like right now. There. So, you know, I'm just suggesting what I'm seeing in my reference photo, and I think really all it's saying is there is something more in there. We don't know what it is. We can't see it. And I'm just going to go in and suggest the bottom of his beak, only because we've got this interesting little lip of paint there, and I want to leave that. It could be a feather. There. Okay, so I think the bottom of his beak, I like that. He's got a bit of a, where his beak intersects, the top and the bottom of the beak, it's a bit warmer. I'm going to come in and pick up some of this, my warmer yellow, instead of my cool yellow. And I'm just going to do it like you see in the reference photo. There's a bit there and a bit there where they meet. And I like seeing that like that. So I'm going to use my color shaper just to pull. Rather than painting it, I'm pulling the color up the edge of the beak, just in that one spot. You know, familiarity with your tools. As you paint, you become more familiar with the marks they're capable of making. And that's really all that is. I just know what mark I'm going to be able to get with which tool. And that will be the tool that I typically will go to. So I'm just highlighting, putting that highlight on the edge of the beak there, and it's not quite as bright as I would like. So I'm going to come back in and I'm going to, and again, there's no water in my brush now because this is sort of our final details that we're adding. I'm just dabbing some of the color, not even really painting a line. I'm just coming in and dabbing a bit of that color there. And it's just a warm white. And let's see here. We've got a couple of highlights coming in here underneath, right here, underneath where the little feathers are reflecting the cast shadow on his beak. So I'm going to come in and I'll put one. And again, a light hand, because we can go over these. You know, it's really hard when you come down too heavy and you make really big marks. It's easier to add them than it is to remove them. However, with Yupo, though, it's possible to remove stuff right back down to the paper, which is part of the reason I love it so much. There. You know, I don't paint in a hyper-realistic manner except for the parts of the animals or creatures that are, you know, important. And a beak is pretty important. It'd be like painting a person and then leaving the mouth off. And I think that would be very strange. So I'm just going in and I'm picking up on our reference photo where some of these little highlights are. And again, I don't have my dark in yet. I will come in with my darkest dark. But I'm just picking up just the little highlighted parts. And I'm using my warm white. And again, very, very light hand. I'd rather have to do it 2 or 3 times than spend 20 minutes trying to undo something I've put on there and regretted terribly. Not that that happens often anymore, but you never know. This is kind of the final stage, so I just want to build it up layer by layer. The paint has no water in it now, so other than, you know, what it comes with. So we're basically dealing with just the pure paint pigment, and it dries fairly quick compared to all our other layers, so I don't have to walk away and let things dry. That's coming along nicely. Okay, I'll move on. I'll go back a little further from the head. So the top of the eye, there's a wee bit of a very bright reflection kind of in this area that comes up just a smidge, and then a little on top of that, and it kind of carries down the back. Nice. And there's a highlight there. That one mark there, I found it just a bit too heavy, so I'm just breaking it up a little. I didn't take it off, but I just ran the color shaper through it to split the brush stroke because I found the brush stroke was a bit wide. Now I'm going to come in just with a bit of my cooler white. There's a little bit of a highlight right in here off the feathers in front of his eyes, but because that side of his head doesn't appear to be picking up the light from above, it's going to be in the duller white. But we don't want to forget it because, you know, those are tiny, tiny, itty bitty feathers there, and they're important for defining his face and what we're seeing. Nice. And while I have that on my brush, I can go underneath his eye and define just some of the areas here where there are some of those cooler feathers. And kind of comes here, goes down there. And I'll keep that on my brush. Come behind his eye. He's got some interesting marks in here. And I'll pick those up. So this is sort of where you make the feathers look more like feathers. Now, there's some very obvious lines I did there, so I'm just going to push my color shaper through them so it breaks them up just a bit. You know, and these things are all, I'm just making little tiny marks, but they're all starting to come together and read with the bigger picture and start to appear as feathers, which is nice. I'm not painting feathers, I'm painting marks. I'm painting marks of a dull white in areas that look dull white on my reference photo. I think one of the best books I ever read on painting was by Charles Hawthorne, and oddly enough, it did not have a picture in it. And one of the best pieces of advice that he gave in it was, you know, a painter, the act of painting is just putting one mark beside another mark. And that's really, drawing's the same. It's just not any more complicated than that unless you make it more complicated. So, and again, I'm still using that cooler white, the duller white that would be reflecting underneath the Bluejay, because we don't want it to look like the bottom of the Bluejay's bellies in sunlight. That would just be weird. Well, unless you know, he was dead and on the ground upside down, but we don't want to think about those kinds of things. Okay. Oh, I like how that's coming along. That's just starting to look like little tiny facial feathers. I'm going to break that one up just a little because it's too big. There. And I'm thinking that dark line right there is just kind of bugging me. So I'm going to come in and just take the top off it a bit and then smudge it with my finger. Better. Okay, look at that. Now I'm just going to, I like what's kind of happening in here. He's got something that looks like lines. I think they sort of suggest the feathers. The feathers may grow in lines, I guess. I'm going to suggest them, but I don't want to paint them specifically. And I can use a color shaper to push the paint sort of in the direction I want it to go to. Yeah, that area, that whole area now we're adding our lights in is becoming quite lovely. And I still haven't added the darkest darks yet. So once I add the darkest darks in, it's going to make the lights we've put in pop even more. So we've got a bit of a light coming in here. More of one up here. They kind of meet each other. And then there's a couple in here. Okay. Oh, I like that. Very nice. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to continue on my way down here because we've got that cool white that we've been working with, and there are highlighted feathers just underneath, just a bit of them here. And my cat's snoring. And then there's a bit of a highlight where his breast underneath is picking up some light reflecting off of it. We'll just, it kind of breaks up and says, oh, this is different from what you're seeing here as well. which is good. And I'm going to add in just a bit of suggestion that it's the shape of a chest there. And let's see. This leg is fine. I don't want to add anything there. I'm going to come up a little higher into this area here. Has some highlights of the cooler white in here. And it comes down quite a bit in this area and overlaps that little bit of a darker cool tone there. And again, I do like using my color shaper to help make lines through my brush strokes, because even, you know, even doing the fine detail work with a 0 or all those marks are the same. So if I take my my color shaper, it just adds variation. We're human. We tend to do repetitive things, and that's okay. You know, historically, doing that kind of stuff saved us. That's why humans are still here, because we learned if we did something once and it worked, we just keep doing it. However, in the art world, that's boring. I didn't make that up, honest. Okay, so now we've got this little bit of detail here, which I think I don't really like it as much as I did when we first did it. So I think I'm going to cover some of that up with a very pale gray. I have actually the cool white on my brush, so I'm just going to mix it up with some of the other cooler white that's already down there. And I'll add in some of that gray too. That's a little too bright for me here now. So now that we're balancing everything, I'm going to come in and I'll fill that in a bit. Oh, that's better. It's not quite screaming at me the way it was a few minutes ago. And I think I can get away with even a bit darker too, at least in this area here. Nice. And then what I can do is I can come in and pick up, I can push that gray right into the blue. And then I can come in with my color shaper and I can pull and push things that look like feathers, which is what we did earlier, but this time it's not a white and a dark, it's more of a middle color. And I find that much more appealing on my eye. It was a little too stark, and we don't want to give that much importance to that area. And again, I'm just going to come in with a bit, there we go, a bit darker there. So it was just a bit too much attention. And of course I can still make things that, marks that look quite feather-like. I still have a little spot of that red there, which I absolutely adore. I love his leg. I love his leg. I like his beak. I like his underside. I like that little bit of feather spurting. I'm going to come in again and add white there and build that layer up. And I'm going to use my warm white this time. I'll add a bit of titanium white to it because it's still fairly, I can see yellow in it, but I will do this. And I'll come back in on top of that white. And because it's a warmer white and it's surrounded by cool color, it should even make it pop out a bit more. And we really want these sort of feathers in this area to pop out. That's sort of, you know, a very patterned part of the bird's feathers. See how that's lovely? It's coming along quite lovely in that area. And really starting to pick up the feel of the tips of feathers. Okay, look at that. Lovely. They may not, I don't think I need to put any more white paint on those. I think once I build up, I still have to build up the darks and the blues around them a bit. I think that will be just lovely. So I will take a bit of that warm white, and the feathers just in this area where it comes up to the tail are quite bright. So I will use that there, take advantage. And that kind of pairs, it marries that with them. And again, I'll break up that with just some marks that look like they'd be feathers. That's lovely. Don't think, I'm not going to add the white at the ends of the tail because the tails are coming off of our edges. So what I will do now, I'm going to come in with some of the darks. I am going to actually, I want to do some more highlights just on the just on the beak and above the, in this area here. I want to pop those highlights out just a smidgen more. They just didn't define themselves as much as I would like to have seen them. And that's okay. You know, that's why we can layer. Layering is wonderful. And again, I'm dabbing the paint there as opposed to putting a line in. Just, I get a better control with it that way. And, you know, sometimes it's nice to change up your brush strokes. You know, if you're always using lines, try some dots and dashes and variation. It's part of the reason that makes work appealing to us. Okay. Okay, that's better. And then he's got two highlights on the top of his beak that did not come out quite as much as I'd hoped. And yeah, hi Dot. Hi, sweetie. The kitty's talking again. She's saying, hello, everybody. How's everybody out there in video world? Okay, and I'm going to come back here. Just over that eye. And in just in behind the eye. And pick up some more of those lights. I think what I just wanted to see a bit more detail in that area because it is so close. You know, his eye is very important. Aw, look at him. He's just gorgeous. Okay, so while the whites are kind of setting up, we've already got our dark mixed. There is an area on these tail feathers here that have a very pale line on them. And I just want to sort of assimilate a color. It's like a very pale bluey green. I'll use our gray that we've already mixed up. I'm going to use some manganese because it does have quite a bit of green in it. And it doesn't have to be really light because, you know, we've got this this lovely neutralized darker value there. And if we came in with too light, it'd make it look like a highlight. And these are not a highlight. These are just a pale line that says, oh, there's the end of tail feathers here. So I'm going to come in with this and see how it looks. And I'm just going to suggest, oh yeah, just suggest the edge of a few feathers there. And I will use my color shaper to kind of clean that line up and make it a little thinner. Oh, look at that. And I'm going to do that one more time. I'll puddle the paint so I can get a bit more on my brush. That worked out really well. I like that. And I'm going to nice. They're subtle, but they're there. And I also noticed that similar value kind of runs right beside that seam in the tail feather. So I'm going to, and this is a fairly wet mixture, and I'm going to come in and I'm just going to drop that right in beside that on the tail feather. And I'll do the same on the other tail feather. I only did it halfway up, Doesn't need to be the whole way up. There. Oh, I like that. And I think I'm going to use that and do some lines this way on this tail feather, like we did with the darker blue on the opposite tail feather. That's good. Okay. Now we do have some feathers in here that seem to have gotten lost in the transition. I'm going to just take that blue we made. I'm going to add a bit of our warmer yellow to it. And I'm just going to come in and suggest the 3 lines. There seems to be a bit of an indentation in the farthest one away from the Bluejay's body. And then I will come in and I'm not worried about getting them in there, you know, exactly as we see them in the reference photo. It's just stuff. It's stuff that's in there that's going to help move our eye up and to those 2 rear tail feathers. So I just want to suggest them, and that's enough of a suggestion. Nice. So I'm going to come in now and add some more darks in this area just to define it a bit more. Oh, Mitten wants to come say hello, but she's going to have to wait a little while. All right. Okay, we're going to come back in with the darks and then I'll reassess the darks and lights sort of at the end as well as the colors. But I'm going to come in with my my round 1 brush, because I am doing those final little bits, and I've kind of blown up my reference photo on my tablet so I could see a bit more of the detail. So I'm going to come in and I'm just going to suggest these darker little feathers right at the front. And of course we've got that lovely gray going on in there, and I don't want to lose that. So I'm going to use my color scraper. I put down a bit of color, but I'm going to, instead of pulling out, I'm going to pull in. So the dark will still be there, but it'll look like sort of the bottom of the feathers that are in there. I'll put a little mark there that represents a little feather. I'm going to come in here and do the same thing. And this time I will pull up just a bit. And I'll come back in with a bit more black. And there is a dark. There's a little tiny highlight there, but I think I've got it in the wrong spot. So I'll have to come back in and change that, I think. Okay, that's good. I like that. This actually, I think, extends up just a little because it's substantially bigger when looking at the overall reference than the one beside it. So that's a bit better. I'm just going to spritz my palette here. So let's see. We're going to join that up with, there's a little bit of a dark line here. I like that. It just sort of defines the one edge of that beak. And again, a little bit of a dark in there. Now I'm going to pull that out towards that highlight a little. And I'm going to come in and just a few dots. I will pick it up with my finger because I do think we're seeing a shadow there, so, of those little feathers. And I want to suggest it without really painting in a bunch of dark. And there is a bit of a line between our 2 bright white highlights there. And another bit of a line here between the other highlights. Okay, I can come in and I've kind of lost the definition on that part of the beak, so using the dark will allow me to come back in and sort of resuggest that. There. And there's a bit on the outer edge of the beak here as well that gives the beak definition. We can come in now. I've made that a little messy, but I'm going to use my color shaper. I'll come back in now. And again, if you don't have a color shaper, use a toothpick. Just make sure it's not so sharp that it's going to damage the paper. So I like that. That worked out well. And then it just kind of comes back a little here and a little more above it. And I will use my color shaper to pull through a couple of smaller, and again, use your toothpick if you've got one. I'm going to bring the dark in here back underneath the beak. And there's some feathers that run under or over the dark there. Let's see here. No. Nice. And there's also just a couple of lines here. Let's see. Again, I don't have to paint the whole line in. I can put some paint down and use my color shaper to pull the paint across. And that will vary the value. And it'll also vary the width of the line as well, so it doesn't look like it was put in by hand in a thick application of paint. That's not what I'm after, so. Oop, I got a little carried away there. But I'll just take that. A wet rag, a damp rag. I'm gonna just get rid of that little smudge. I made a smudge. Okay, nice. I like that. Okay. I'm going to darken this edge just a bit of the beak. Well, it'll help pull the eye in and up. And again, in that spot, I know I've already did it over there once, but I'm going to go back in and just add a bit more to it. I'm not in love with what happened there. Now I got a bump on the beak. I don't want to bump. Again, I'll just wet my... Sorry, I have a bad habit of licking my paper towel. I will dunk it instead of lick. I want to make sure I get the shape of the beak right. I think that's a bit better. And that almost suggests that there's a little feather sort of at the end too that's coming off. Yeah, this is the stage where all these little details get put in or taken out. Okay, that's nice. I like that. Okay, we continue on. We've got dark here around the eye. It's dark, but it's not like a blob of dark. So I'm going to come in and just lift a bit of that off with my finger. And that just, it suggests maybe the base of some feathers or maybe the edge of some feathers. I have a kitty I need to quickly let in. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'll come back in. I want to do a little bit of detail around the eye, not much, there is a little bit of gray that is in there from earlier, one of our earlier stages. I'm going to outline the eye, but then I'm going to remove some of that paint with a paint shaper or a color shaper. And I don't want it to be perfect. I don't want a perfect line, you know, because these are still feathers. They're not going to create this exceptionally consistent line like our paintbrush absolutely could. So, and most people, like when you paint an eye, what I find what most people do, they don't leave enough room for stuff. And when I say stuff, there are eyelids and there's a little tiny piece of I'll bring this closer to the camera. There is a little tiny what might look like an eyelid there. It's just a mark from one of the previous layers. There's this lovely gray surrounding it, which could be the lower eyelid. And even on people, you know, we have tear ducts in one side. So people tend to overpaint the eyes. And really the eyes are just a few marks put together. And I just don't want to overdo it because it's really successful right now on this piece. I'm just going to suggest some darks above the eye, but I didn't touch that light line that looks like it could be a eyelid. I'm going to come in here because I did kind of lose the eye line. The darker line behind the eye disappeared while I was putting in some grays. So we're going to come in and we're going to retouch that. I'm just seeing if I have to go down at all. Extend that a bit more again. Yeah, I'm interested. I've got an order for some art supplies coming in. Hopefully I'll get them later this week. If I don't, it'll be early next week. But from Gortzman's in Toronto. And I have a new color shaper coming. Yay! It'll be interesting to see. I haven't bought them on a handle in a while. The last couple I bought were the handheld one. And this one came from a craft store, not even an art supply store, really. So this one has gotten a lot of work from me because it's very stiff, like a pencil eraser. You could probably try even carving a pencil eraser into the shape this is just a tapered point, really. That may work. I can't guarantee it, but that's what this feels like to me, like erasers. The old-fashioned pencils with the eraser on the end when we were kids. So, and as we build up these darks, all these beautiful colors will start developing a relationship with their surroundings in our piece. Feathers will start looking more like feathers. This is, you know, that stage where we are literally flicking the lights on. And I love it. It's my favorite part of the painting process. Okay. Okay, so I think we're getting down into an area now where we're in shadow, and yes, the colors are dark, but they are not dark dark. So what I'm hoping will work, I'm going to add a lot of water to my brush. Oh, look at that. That's lovely. I'm going to add some water to the black. I'm not washing the black out. I just want a wet dark. And then I'm going to use that. Because we've introduced the water, it's going to dilute the pigment a little bit, so it won't be quite so dark. I'm going to come in here a little, just in the underneath. We're going to carry on that dark passage that this beautiful bird has underneath there. And I don't think I need to do more than that. I'll let that dry and then I'll reassess it. I can drop in just at the top, just a tiny, tiny bit of dark. I want to be careful because I don't want to pull eyes out of the painting, but I can suggest. And I'm just doing the odd little drop here and there. And I think it may be on the verge of being a little too dark, so I'm just going to tap it with my finger to get some of that off. Okay. So now, yeah, I'm really happy with that. Really happy. So what I'll do now is we're going to come in. Let's evaluate that back leg. I don't think I can add some substance to one. I think maybe this little back toe here. And not a lot, just enough to suggest that there's a shadow underneath it. So therefore, it must be an object that has dimension. And again, just a shadow suggestion. Doesn't have to be a lot, and then maybe just the edge of this one little claw. That's all the detail I'm going to give that. And then I'm just going to do some circular feel, leaving a big gap in the middle. And again, that's darker than what I want. So I will come in and I'll just do that with my finger, tap and pick it up. Nice. I'll push that up into the bird. This is my exact science of painting. Push, tap, pull. Okay, so there's a bit of a dark area just sort of in here. And I just put a lot of water on my brush. And this will become more prevalent when I come in and just lighten some of these little feathered areas up. I think we'll have more appreciation for those than what I currently do right now. Okay, and then we're going to come here. I don't want to overdo it on these feathers. But this is our secondary focal point, so I want to make sure that they play their part accurately and capture your wandering eye and beg it to stay there a little while and keep it company. And I'm just going to kind of follow around and pick out. I don't want to put too much detail in this area because I don't want your eye to just sort of wander off the bird. So I'm going to keep sort of my lightest lights and darkest darks just in here. And anything on the outskirts, we want to keep it in the mid-tonal range because we just don't want you disappearing. We want to capture your attention span and keep it in this beautiful, on this beautiful creature. No, I'm gonna... This line does appear to be kind of one of the darkest areas in the painting. But it is just the seam on that feather. So I'm just going to make sure it's as thin as I can get it. And then we've got a couple of those interesting marks coming off of it. And this is a, you know, lighter touch is probably the best. And then that way we can come back in if we need to, but I'm just going to add a bit of water because my paint, my palette's been exposed now for a few hours and my paper's drying up a little, which dries your paint up a little. So a little bit more water. Okay, I like that dark. So we've got another bit of a dark here that's sort of peeking up and looking at that. It's sort of reaching up to that dark part of that feather. So that will help, that little dark bit there will help us carry our eye up to that area. I'll let that dry a bit and then I'll come back in and draw it in a bit more. So some of the darker I'm not going to paint the whole line. What I'm going to do is just put a dab of paint at the top and I will use my color shaper to pull the paint down. That way it's not one consistent solid width. It's wider at the top and thinner at the bottom. So, you know, and some of this just experience. It's understanding what my favorite tools can do and using them a lot. And you know, becoming proficient with it. It's like somebody who types on a computer all day, writing code, knows all probably their keyboard shortcuts. I know such a thing exists, but I don't know them. Okay, so I'm going to paint these in, but I think I'm going to lift them because they seem to get lighter the closer to the center they get. And it seems they appear to be darker towards the end of the tail. And I will just lift that. And then just at the top of that one, I will pull that and lift it. Okay. Now I want to get that lovely edge to the one side. Now it's not as black as the center feather. That feather, this feather here to me is sort of the center of interest in that grouping of feathers. So I'm going to leave that as the darkest. So I'm going to introduce a bit of French ultramarine blue to this black, and it will read a bit lighter. And I'll come back in and we'll define that edge a little. Up. And I'm going to go around the white just a smidge. It will help make that white just pop out and sing. And again, I'll bring that dark here. It will help that white pop out there as well. Okay, so that's not reading as dark. That's good. I didn't want it to. I kind of didn't get 100% the correct shape on that feather, but you know what? I'm not worried about it. And again, I'm just going to suggest the edge of that feather there and around. Nice, coming along. Okay. I'm going to just add a bit of detail in this section here, and then I'll come in and work on that. I don't want to like do too much in there. I'm going to lighten with water, not with paint. I'm just adding more water to my brush, and I'm going to come in and suggest these little lines here. And because there's so much water in the brush, once it dries, it'll become very, very faint. You won't really see what we're seeing here. And it will move as well. And I'll come suggest those feathers here. And let's see. I'm going to keep my brush really wet, and I will start just the seam on that tail feather. I won't pull it all the way up. And I will come back and do this one, go in the opposite direction. And I'm lifting that brush up and off the piece as I go. So it's barely touching and I'm barely getting a line. There. So as the farther we go off of the center, the lighter those darks are. Now, I'm going to suggest this area is fairly dark in here. And there is I don't have that shape 100% correct. And you know what? It is what it is. It's close enough for me. It comes down this way, goes this way. Okay. I'm going to use my shaper. I just want that line a bit thinner than what I was able to get at, so. Okay. Now I'm going to come in and add some more lights into that area to make sure my values are where I want them to be. Still have lots of water on my brush. I'm coming in and I'm using my dark that has the French ultramarine blue in it and letting that okay. Good, good, good. I just noticed there's like a third tail seam over here. I'll suggest it without putting it in too much. And it comes off that way. Just for some added interest. Working in uneven numbers like 3s and 5s is always more appealing than working in even numbers. I don't know why that is. But years ago, when I first learned how to garden, I was an absolute garden. I was crazy. I was a garden nerd. And I read so many gardening books. And they said the same thing. You know, they all recommended that when you did plantings, you know, people are more attracted to uneven arrangements than they are to even. So I like that. We're getting a higher level of detail in there now. The colors are starting to come out, but I still have to tie those colors in a little. I'm going to come back in with the color at the very end and tie them all in together. Once we start getting this area a little more defined, it will make a bit more visual sense. And we'll be done this. We're very close to having this guy done. So this is our last stage. And it's always exciting when I get to sign another painting. And it's like every one that I paint becomes my new favorite. So this one currently is my new favorite. And if he doesn't sell, I won't be disappointed because I'd be proud to have this here at home. I don't have much of my artwork at all. I have very little of it actually. My kids have quite a bit. I have a couple of award-winning pieces here. I have an award-winning sculpture. Maybe 3 award-winning paintings. I just didn't want to sell them because they marked milestones in my career. Okay. Okay, so I didn't leave enough room to put all of those feathers in, so I'm just going to pick out the ones that I think are the most appealing to me, and I'll work with those. And then the other ones I will just leave. So we're getting pretty close to having that area done. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this guy's turning out. Okay, so really, I just want to make sure that my darks are still a little wet there, so they don't want to accept much paint on top of them. I'm just thinking that there's a lovely shadow here. I'll let the dark set up a little, and I want to come in and just drop. I find this a little heavy in this area here. I'm going to come in and just drop a bit of a lighter gray in there, just to kind of pop those feathers out. I'm going to use a bigger brush because we're just using detail brushes. And I find that the flats are really good for doing feathers. You get this lovely straight edge. So I'm going to use my 1/4 inch flat. I'm going to wet it, but I'm going to wipe the water out so I get the clean edge. And then I'm going to come in with that cool that we made for underneath. I'm going to add just a bit more titanium white. It's got a bit of that French ultramarine blue in it. So it is cooler. This is shadow side of the bird, so we don't want it to feel like there's sunlight hitting it. So we stay with cool. And then I'm going to come in and I'm going to pull into the underneath of the bird. And that way we're creating, you know, the look of the joints of the feathers coming forward. And he does have a bit of a fluffy plume over here going on. And I can use my scraper, and I'm going to pull that back again into the darker color. And it just makes it look a little more real. And so we're going to have some lighter areas kind of coming up. Nice. Covering up some of the shadow we just put in. I don't have to do much of that because there's still some of this earlier mark we did there. But it does kind of come down into this direction. Oh, that was a bit heavy-handed, wasn't it? So this is where having a color shaper will come in handy, because I can come in and just move it around, and yeah, it does look like feathers. And I'm going to pull that up into the dry paint that's already there, and that is going to create the illusion of those lovely puffy feathers. I think I'm going to just lighten that up a bit in here. You know, we don't need to have all those kind of striation lines under there. Sometimes you can overdo a thing. And again, I'm looking for balance, that's all. You know, there's not a lot going on here, so I don't want too much going on there. And I like that. That looks good to me. And I think I'll suggest just a few areas of lighter feather here. Again, light-handed, not heavy. I'll come in with my color shaper and just sort of, I'm following the contours of what I seem to see on my reference photo. And you can see them in this area here. There's some kind of feather type lines. And I'll pull those out. And now that value there was pretty similar to the value we put on, so you don't see much detail there now, which is fine. I don't want a ton of detail there anyway. I'm gonna wet that. I'm gonna leave what's on my brush there because it's a bluey white, and I'm gonna come in with a wet brush and just add it just right in that area to pop out that section a bit more. And I wanted to bury that edge. That's really the only purpose of doing that. And again, I can pull out some of those marks to make it look like feathers. I'm not going to do a lot of that though. I don't think it really needs it. Maybe just break that up a little. And just joining this area up with this area. Nice, okay, I like that. I need a bit more highlight in this area here. I think if I highlight a bit more here, I want a bit lighter here, and that will lead to that, which will lead us to this. That's my hope. And then we're going to follow the tail up and off, and I still have to add a bit more brighter blue in there. I will use my flat to do the highlights in there, and again I'm going to use that that blue white that we already made earlier. It's cooler because this is the underside of the bird's face. I did add a bit more titanium white to it. Unlike the dark, the more layers we put on, the more we're going to be able to see the white. And you can see how I'm getting some really nice line marks with my flat brush. It's really effective at doing that. I'm a big proponent of, just do what's comfortable. If you don't like using this type of brush and you want to do everything with a little tiny pointed brush, do it. The act of making art is something that should bring you joy and make you happy. I had to break up that dark line there. It was a little too dark for me and kind of annoying me. So I had to, that's not, it's still bugging me. So I have to go down just a little, I think just in here. That's better. Okay. Nice. It was kind of a messy looking area earlier, but certainly is reading well right now to my face, to my eyes, as a Bluejay face that's covered in little tiny feathers. So I think we nailed that one. Good job, people. Good job. Okay, and we've got that highlight there. So I want to see, I've still got the kind of coolish blue. I want to see the white blue, if I can pick up some of those highlights there at all. Okay, I kind of exaggerated that a bit because I can come in now and pull some through. Oh, look at that. Okay, that's really, that worked well. And I'm going to come back in again with the cooler white and highlight just those little feathers, and actually more like just dot them in along the top of the beak here. And pull that one out just a smidgen. So the final stages, as we get to do in more detail, it becomes a little more finicky. I pay a bit more attention to where I'm putting my marks and how thick or thin a line is. I'm just going to touch that to that part of the beak because that is where the highlight is brightest. And again here. And just a little. I just tilted my brush just a smidgen. Nice. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. So I'm going to drop a bit of that color just in this area here. See if I can brighten that up just a little bit. And I'm going to probably use a wetter brush here. I just need to draw those eyes. And I find if your tonal value is the same, you're not going to pull the eyes through like you should. And that wouldn't be fair. This guy is too beautiful. We want people to kind of look everywhere at him. I can highlight that little white area that's reflecting there. Oh yeah. Look at that, people. Ooh, such a good job we're doing. Okay. Now I just wanted to add something that looks, there's a little bit of a feather there in the reference photo and I liked it, so I thought I'll see if I can replicate that there. Don't know if that was totally successful, but once it dries it may look like a feather. Okay, so you're going to move back to this area now. And I'm going to just define this line here a bit better. I made that feather, I think, a little too significant, so I'm just sort of taking some of the significance away now. It was just a little too big. There. That popped that out. And now we've got a lighter color down there and I just don't see it, so I'm going to come in again and on the edges of these feathers here, and I'm just going to come in again and do it. I don't want to add any more dark color over there. I like what's happening, the unfinished look of the tails, the tail feathers, but I do want to add enough interest that, you know, it looks like we paid attention while we were over here anyway. And that was simply using the very, very edge of my brush, and I came in with a little pale blue, just using what's left on my palette and following those earlier lines that we made. And seeing if I can make them just a bit more significant. I like that. And I think I'm going to wet my brush. I'm going to keep that color on it. I'm not in love with this area in between these lines, so I'm just going to use the moisture on my brush with the little bit of white paint and just in between those darker areas we put earlier. I'm just going to push paint into them. And that will just sort of it will quiet some of the kind of chaos that was going on in there. Let's see, can I do that? I'm gonna drop a bit more pale over here because that's a little darker than what we see in our reference. So a little bit more pale there. Put some more of that pale blue on. I'm going to suggest some tail edges here. Tail feather edges. So now we've got darker values in, we can come in with the lighter. It's funny, those tail feathers here, that little group of dark ones there, I just haven't been able to really get them in there in any sense that makes sense. So I'm going to leave what I've got there, but I'm not going to worry about them any more than what I have. I'm just going to I'll work around them, and maybe when I'm done, what's left will scream, oh look, there's some forgotten feathers in here. Okay, I'm going to wet my brush. It does still have that real pale whitey blue in there. I'm going to come up the edge of this tail, follow some of these lines out with a lot of water. And it's just making patterns and interests right now. You know, these colors, the little bits of blue is beautiful because it's going to pull you down into the greater areas of blue, but I don't want so much blue that it's competing for our attention. On this, again, don't want to have too much significance to these dark lines. They can be there, they just don't need to be very, very important. Okay. Nice. I'm going to highlight just that edge of the beak. See how that works out. And I still got the cool on there. I'm going to come back in this area. And again, I just want to make sure that color is not isolated in any one spot, that you sort of come up onto the beak, you follow that little pale, cool white around, and then up through the tail, and off we go. And the second time you come through, you notice this beautiful little bud and this wonderful tree-like shadow in the back and these wonderful branch-like things. And then the third time you come in and look at it, you're like, wow, you know, it could be raining, or this guy may have just come out of a bird bath and he's shaking water off. Or all right, so I think what I'll do now is I'm gonna come back in with my, I just dried that off. Oh, I'll just sit it in there. There we go. I'm going to come back in with my one again. And I am going to suggest, I don't know if we need more on the white. I don't think we do. I think I just want to kind of work on the color gradation in this area and here. Maybe a little in here, so we're pulling people's eyes through with that beautiful color. And so I'm going to mix, and it doesn't need to, it's not going to be a ton. I'm going to take my French ultramarine blue. I'm going to use my fluorescent blue. If you've got manganese blue, great, or even primary cyan, cerulean. Okay, Now I'm going to take just pure pigment. I'm not going to use any white. And I'm going to have a wet brush. And I'm not going to just soak it in. I'm going to strategically place the paint in somewhat following the patterns of the feathers that are already on the blue jay's head. And by doing this with colors instead of with the shades of gray or the darks and lights, it allows us a way to introduce color without it being cliched. You know, you can paint a whole blue jay blue, but you know, where's the fun in that? But if you just line the outside edges of his feathers with blue, well then that's interesting. That's not the usual. Okay, so I'm going to pull a little blue up. My eye surround is not quite the same as the one in the reference photo, and that's okay. I just pulled some blue down in it to make it a bit smaller. And I will use my color shaper to kind of pull that into feather-like shapes. And there is also like he has a bit of a shadow on the top of his eye where his eye socket is. And I'm just going to accentuate that with the blue and take some of that out. And that will just give that a bit of dimension. And I could come in, I'm actually going to pick up a little bit of gray just so it's not all done in blue. And I will, you know, like people, they have brows. And by adding that little bit of dark there, helps create a brow above the blue jay's eye and makes it even more three-dimensional. So, and I can come back in and re-pick up some lights there and some darks. Probably just some lights, some highlights, because he does have the pretty highlights in there. I'll let that dry for a bit and I'll continue on my way with the color, the wet color. And I'm focusing mostly on the ends here where it goes into the darks. That seems to be, and what I'm going to do now, I do like that saturated color. I'm going to pick some of it up, come over here and add just a smidge of titanium white to it. So it's a bit opaque. And then I'm going to come in over the top of it and clean up some of that area just a bit. That's better. And up into the dark there. That's quite lovely. So we've got the really saturated blue here. I left it. I can come in. This is still fairly wet, and I can pull in over some of those little darker sections. Little lines that look a bit like feathers. I'm going to pull down a little in between. Up here. There. I like that. Okay. I'm going to take a really wet brush, just pick up a little bit of that light blue. I'm going to trail on this edge just a little. Ooh, I have a bit of fluff or something I picked up there. Ah, I don't know what that is. Looks like a paper towel. And I'm going to just... I like the head unfinished, but I don't know if I want it to that state of unfinished. I like that. I just pulled the paint up a little and made it an almost invisible line. There we go. I'm going to get rid of that mark I made earlier. I don't really like that water droplet there anymore, so we'll clean that up. I'm going to clean that up, clean that up. I just want to make sure his head's the right shape because I think it helps with the his posture. It's very important his posture is read correctly. There. And then I'm going to just come in and I want to break that line up. I don't want it to be completely consistent. But it will still be there, so it's not like it's a solid line. There. Oh, I like that. I'm going to hold that up to the camera so you can see what happened there. And I've broken up that line. Okay. I'm going to add a little catch light to his eye, and then I think for the time being we'll be done with the front of the Bluejay. And we'll have to work on those. So a catch light, if he's looking and something's reflecting at him, it's probably going to be, I'm going to say, the front third of the eye. And a catch light, you can't really go wrong. It's just the reflection of the light that is surrounding him. So that'll dry. It won't be quite so, quite so bright. Oh. I added some paint to the beak. Okay, now let's move on. And we're going to have to go in here now. I'm going to come in with just a bit of that, that blue mixture I made earlier. It's just the French ultramarine with my fluorescent blue. And it's mostly paint. Or, yeah, it's actually all paint, no white. Just lots of water. And I'm going to float that in between the dark bars on these feathers. It is reading as darker, but I'm also going to come back and float some white in. And floating is nice because when you float the paint on the surface, it's just going to dry in a random pattern, and I don't think these feathers will look as contrived if I approach it this way. You see how that's popping right out there. That's lovely. I'm not going to do it on every one here. I'm going to keep it towards the end of the tail feathers, or the ends of these wing feathers, just because it doesn't seem to be as bright as it does with these. Nice. And I'm just going to come in. I'm going to follow the dark. I'm going over the dark with this blue. So your eyes will see it and it will recognize it, but it won't pick it up as, it won't look like that saturation. It'll be there and it'll create harmony. It just won't be blatant. And let's see now. I like the color we came up with here. I want to do a little bit of it in the odd spot on his wings. So that was simply this mixture here with a bit of white in it. I'm just going to go ahead and do that again. And I'm going to add that in because it's just really pretty. It's almost got a bit of a mauve feeling to it. And in areas of shadow, that blue is quite subdued. And Nice. Okay. I'm going to add a bit of a highlighted edge to these feathers right here. Just a touch of one. I don't want too much. We did it once before, but it's I want to come back in and just do it one more time. They sort of got lost in translation, but they're important enough that I want people's eyes to sort of, there we go, grasp onto them, because it will help bring you kind of come up here and in here, and so that's where my thinking is with that. And yeah, I like that better. And I'm going to come back in here, see if I can see if I can salvage these kind of little feathers back here. They seem to have like a highlighted edge around the one end, highlighted edge here. Okay. They're starting to pop up now. That helped. I'm going to come in now with a bit of white, and I'm going to add a little bit of that mix of the two blues. So I've got my cooler blue and my warmer blue, my ultramarine and my fluorescent blue, or in your case, if you've only got manganese, I can drop a little manganese in here, or primary cyan or cerulean, whatever you have there. Cobalt is a warm blue. You could just probably use cobalt on its own. And I'm going to come back. Oh, I want to add white to that. So we'll take the white that's already got a bit of blue. I want a lot of white, actually. Then I'm going to clean my brush. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put water in these areas here. I don't want a ton of water, but I want it wet. And this is, I got to kind of rely on it's getting quite dark out, and I've got supplemental lighting all the way around me. So I'm going to take advantage of that just to see how much moisture is on that. And then I'm going to bring this in, and I'm going to just drop it into the water that's on there. And again, this is not an exact science. This may backfire horribly on me. But I'm trying to capture that beautiful transition in the feathers. I don't want to just paint them all one hue of blue, because there is lovely transition. Yeah, I think that worked quite well. I'm going to go just a bit above with part of that. And I'll use my color shaper to just sort of pull up. There. Nice. And just like the tail feathers in our pattern, or on the reference photo, I'm getting random shapes because I didn't draw them in. The water is drawing the shape. So yes, I'm happy. Yes, it worked out as I had hoped. Now I'm going to go do the same process here. I'm going to wet these areas, and then I'll drop the white blue into them. And again, I'm going to pick up what I just put down a little, and so they're wet but not sopping wet. And then I'm going to come in with the same white blue, and actually I will do it to this one, because this one I think I don't know what I did to it. I don't like it though. I'll like it better now. Can't love everything I do all the time. Okay. There's a weird little dot there. I'm going to try and get rid of that. Okay. Nice. Better. Okay, I lost that bar. I'm going to use I painted a little bit too much white paint over that dark bar. I could just come back with my dark and paint over it again, but I just thought if I can pick up enough of that white and move it off with my color scraper, then I'll do that instead. Yeah, that worked. Oh, that definitely worked. And Okay, I think I'm going to drop a bit of white in here. I'm just going to kind of paint it in there. I don't think I need to do the dropping. There's not a lot of detail going on here, just that nice little white, crisp white spot, and then this darker area here. I am going to just, I find I did that a little too dark, so I'm just going to come in with just a bit of white over top, and that will make it just a little. And see, I almost feel like this is just a bit too dark now, so I think I'm going to come in with my blue mixed with this, just a dot of this gray. And I'm going to come in, and it just has to be oh, there we go, perfect. It just had to be a little bit less dark than the dark we had down there. And it was. That did not disappoint, so I'm happier with that. Now I'm going to come in again, and I'm going to wet some of these little guys, these little areas of blue on the lower feathers. And I really only left room for 3. So I'm gonna 3 feathers there. So I didn't manage to capture my reference photo exactly as the way it was. So I'm not worried about it. And I'm just gonna pick that up. I'm gonna just lay my brush in and drop that in. Drop that in there and drop some in here. I'll drop some here. And of course, the areas we're not painting are the areas that are going to read the darkest, which is fine. That's kind of what we wanted. Come back, Mr. Bluejay, come back. I'm just sort of painting in the suggestion of the feathers at the border of those little wing bars. That's just a pretty color that we've got there. And so we're getting these little guys here. These little wings are kind of in the shadow. So the detail's not going to be quite so critical on them. And I'm going to come in and just pick up a little bit of that. And okay. I'm going to come in and just float a bit more over that. And that will define these feather edges just a bit more. And here, I like this color, it's pretty. I'm just suggesting now. Okay, so I like that. Well, I do like that. That's coming along quite nicely. I'm just going to come in and group. I'm coming in with a pale gray, and I'm just going along the really dark edges of these feathers, because I find some of them are just, I'm just breaking up the dark just a smidge, not a lot. I just find it's overwhelming. So, okay, nice. Now I think I want to add just a bit more. I'm going to gray up a little of that dark, not much, just a little. And I'm going to go around and define some of these little tail feathers here just a bit to help draw the eye up into the back tail feathers. And again, I don't want a lot of information here, so I'm okay with the fact that you don't really see what's going on there. And then I'll pick up some of that with my finger so it's not quite so strong. And I want to strengthen that line there. Seems to me to be, I'm kind of coming up here, 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 here. And we can darken up. I want to pick out some select bars on the tail parts here, but I don't want them dark, dark. So I'm going to take my gray with a bit of dark and mix it so it's a gray dark. I'll put a bit more of the dark in there. And I'm going to come in, you know, I'm going to add a little French ultramarine blue too. Don't know why. My instincts are telling me that's what I need to do. And I'm going to come in, I'm just going to lay my brush down. And again, lay my brush down. Lay my brush down. Lay my brush down. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in with my rag, because we don't want them so significant that our eyes are going to just go straight up after them. Nice. I'll come here. I'm going to do the same thing. Look at that. I like that. That's nice balance. Okay. Now, a little bit more of that color. I'm going to pull it up through here. I don't want it too thick, but I want it there. I think that line, it feels a little too thick to me. So I'm gonna thin up that dark line just a little by graying up both sides of it a little. And I'll vary the gray so it's not super dark or super light. And then I'll re-put that line in. I may be overthinking it, but at this stage I just start letting my eye flow around the piece. We're getting really close to signing it now. And I just want to make sure when I look at it, there's nothing that jumps out that says, you know what, you gotta do something about this. You should have done it 10 minutes ago. No. I used to paint with a wonderful Dutch painter by the name of Paul Thrane. And Paul would say that, you know, sometimes it would take him a year and a half to paint a piece. He'd paint it and hang it on his wall and spend the next year looking at it, seeing what could be done better. And it's, wow. That's what I think why I don't keep much of my artwork in my house. That would drive me crazy, but it worked for him. Okay, so now I'm just sort of resuggesting some of the lines that got lost when we were dropping the paint in to some of these little sections, just cleaning them up a bit. And all I did was take my dark and added a bit of my gray from earlier on my palette with a bit of French ultramarine blue. So it's dark, but it's not super dark. I'm gonna make these look more like the actual V's that they are. It's quite coming along quite nicely. Well, I do hope you're trying to paint this with me and not just watching the video, because if you're just watching the video, I'm probably boring you to death. Because my process is so painstaking at times. The first few stages are really fun and energetic and really lively, but when I get to this stage, I'm just sort of picking out the details that I can improve upon in my line of vision. And anything kind of over on this, I'm not really giving it the same level of significance because I don't need to. I love birds, though. They're just such a wonderful part of Canadian life, and blue jays are one of those lovely things that are here all year round. Thank goodness some birds stay. Okay, so I really like that. That's come along quite nicely. So I think what I'll do now, I'm just going to reinstate some of the darks here, and then I'm done with those. And again, I'm only using the dark that I made by using the dark on my palette with this gray, and then my ultramarine blue. And I'm just going to pick out the really, really important ones, and then those will help, again, pull your eye through. I don't want to do them all. Just in the areas where they're going to serve the purpose I need them to serve. And then, a little heavy-handed on that one. I need just something down in there too. Let's do this, and okay, good enough. I like that. Okay, it's not perfect. That's what I like about it. Okay, so the final step. I think I'm down to the last thing I really want to do. This line here is bugging me. It looks artificial, so I'm going to come in with a gray, and I'm just going to cover up some of it. That's all. And then I'll come in with the white on top. I think it's just not reading right to me, so I can use that bit of gray to just sort of define that tail feather there, give it a line on that one edge. And that's just following my own intuition. I'm sure the end of that feather would have a reflection off it anyway from the sky. And I think we could probably do the same thing here beside this really, really dark line. I'm coming in with just a pale gray, and I'm just coming up the one side of it, up into the white. Nice. I'm going to go around just the outer edge. I'm not adding any more detail, but I'm just highlighting the darker line I put around these feathers earlier. It's working for me. And then again here, I'm just seeing where I need to accentuate. Well, look at the lovely catch light in his eye now, eh? It just looks so authentic. And of course, our reference photo doesn't even have a catch light. And look at how pale this area is here on mine, and how defined and dark it is in our reference photo. So that's one of the reasons why I say, with a reference photo, you really have to be careful, because they read like a camera, and we don't see art like a camera. So, there's that difference there. I'm going to come in. I think I just need something here. Now I'm going to lift it, but I needed something to define that area. And just found that was not reading well enough to me. And I do like the fact that there's some repeated pattern up there. I don't want to lose it all completely or ignore it. Okay, that's looking quite lovely now to me. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I am just going to I'm thinking my ultramarine blue and a drop of my fluorescent blue. No white. Set that aside over there. And I'm going to pick up my my 0. So this brush is even thinner. And I'm only doing this because I am going to do something hopefully that our minds will see, but our eyes won't recognize it. It'll just add to the overall effect. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in just to some of these wing bars, and I'm going to outline the center blue parts with this brighter blue. And that will give us, some of them will have some definition, but it won't be consistent all over. It will be variegated. And I'm hoping that will give me the effect that I'm after. And I think it is. It's yeah, that's nice. I like that. Okay. I'm going to do the same just in some of these up here. And what it's doing is it's giving us that illusion of these being bright blue, but they're not bright blue. They're surrounded by it and they're being kissed by it very gently, but they are not bright blue. This is one of the tricks I use, and I'm sure, you know, there's probably some scientific reason for it. But when you really want something to pop out, I find this works without making what you're working on look artificial or too contrived or cliched. Just outline what you're doing with the color you think you should be doing it with. And then that should hopefully make it pop out, which it sure is for me. And what I'm going to do too is I'm just going to bring just ever so much of that up into this area. I'm going to follow the dark line. I'm going to follow this line. And I'm not really going up the center of it, just sort of up one edge of it. And I'll do part with the outside of some of these bars. I'll just follow them with that bright color. Again, some of these guys. And your mind's going to say, oh, look at that bright, bright blue. Yet we're not really painting the tail bright, bright blue. We're just sort of injecting little spurts of it here and there. Okay. I'm going to do a bit of a gray, a couple of these bars. Just this bar on this tail I find is just too big. It's bugging me, so I'm just going to minimize it now. I could try and, you know, scrape it off, but there's no point. I'll just reduce it with paint. Like that. Use my finger. I'm just looking for variation, right? I don't want them all the same size width, and I don't want them all of the same importance as far as how dark or how light they are. And they're going to fade off. And I'm going to come back in. Nice. I think we've kept the energy really well. Now I'm going to pick up my yellow and add some titanium white to it. It's already white, but it's got a bit of the yellow. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to pick out a couple of these tail feathers, and I'm going to paint the white in. And not all of them, just a couple of them. Just to say, hey, haven't forgotten you in there. I know you're there. Don't want to lose too much of my dark line there. Okay, it's coming along exactly as I hoped. I'm going to do my darkest dark with that bright, bright blue and mix them. I'm going to come in and just highlight that that one tail. I think I'm done. I definitely like that. Hopefully you like it too. Thank you for joining me today. And I'll just sign this while I have a small brush. I don't want to sign it with the blue. I'll use a gray. I don't want to take away from the beautiful blue on him. And you know what? I'm going to sign him over here. I don't want to take away from his beak. I don't care where I sign my paintings. I don't want it to be in competition with my subject matter. My signature is so basic. It looks like a kinder school child did it. All right, I hope everybody enjoyed painting the Bluejay with me. And thank you for sticking with me this long. Check out all my other videos and I'll have you painting like a pro in no time.